I did put this in here. Why is that not? Hold on. Oh, okay. Gotta make sure I get this here. I hope everyone is having a wonderful Friday, Junior. Wills for Good says, Mr. Racist Santana. Hey, Bub, get up here. I'm gonna mute you because I don't really care what you're saying. We haven't even started. I sent you a request. I bet you won't accept it. I bet you won't accept it. You snowflake. You snowflake. There's this, you know what's funny, guys? The one thing about me that most people probably already know, right, is I don't do keyboard warriors. I don't do thumb thugs. I don't do these people who, for some reason, they are like Billy Badass in the comment sections, but they're also Billy Badass in your inbox, right? And there's this person who, for some reason, like, you know what's funny? I think a lot of people believe just because like most people don't check their inbox messages, and I'm not the best with checking my inbox messages, but every once in a while I will go in and I will check and see, you know, what's going on in my inbox. And if I see something that I think is worth responding to, then I'll respond it. I don't do it often, but I do it sometimes. And when I do that, there's a lot of times there's people in my inbox who are yip yapping, running their mouths. A lot of times it's something that I've said that they don't like. I hurt their fifis and da 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 da, right? But the thing that I've been making sure that they know is I don't really care what they're saying in my comments, in my DMs. I don't care about any of that. Either get in here and say what your chest said to my face and debate me about it, or you can just fuck off. And like, I truly mean that. I live by that. I live by that. So there's this guy right now. His username is David, and then it says Leftist, and then he has a Congo and a, I'm assuming this is Kenyan flag. You know, debate on non-Americans for a reason. You only debate. Okay. All right. One second. So yeah, so there's this clown in my inbox right now, right? And while he's in my inbox, David Leftist, right? I told him to, because he's yip yapping, right? And he said, "Oh, you're a race traitor," which is fucking funny, but whatever. I said, I don't really care what you're saying. Get up here and debate me, right? Come up here and say it with your chest, or don't say it at all. And I told him, I said, either you come and debate me because I'm live right now, or I will block you. Because I don't care what you're saying in my comments. I don't care what you're saying in my DMs. Either you're going to get up here and say it with your chest, or you're not going to say it at all. So I just sent him another message because he's literally trying to go back and forth and message me. I'm done chatting. I'm done with the back and forth. We're going to go ahead and get started. And I'm going to hit this intro. And if he's not up here by the time that the intro finishes, then guess what? I'm blocking him. Because I don't do thumb thugs. I don't do keyboard warriors. I get active.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate. This a mind game. Facts type lies get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
Slip once, I'm snatching it all. Boom! Step in if you dare. If you dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No
hey, thank you for the manifesting, Terry.
You get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
You wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It is only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you are over on YouTube, guys, hey, make sure you hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people watching. So please, please, please make sure you're hitting that thumbs up. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, that'll boost the live. That'll push us out to the FYP. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates or the one person that I sent the special invitation to come up and debate me, username is David Leftist, right? All right. Sent it 4 minutes ago. He hasn't looked at it yet. He hasn't looked at it yet, guys. You know what? I'm going to do this because I said if he didn't get in here, I'm going to block him. But I'm going to send this directly to, I'm going to send the link directly to his username, right? The funny thing is they're always yapping, but they follow me. Like that shit's crazy. Like that's the absolute craziest thing. They're always like running their mouths, but they follow me. There he is. Let's see here. Get in here now and debate me, or I block you. Yeah. So let's see what happens, because again, I don't do keyboard warriors. I don't do thumb thugs. I'm over the fake tough guys who for some reason like to jump in my DMs and say whatever the fuck they want to say. Like I don't know who they got me fucked up, chat. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. They got me fucked up. So let's see if he ends up coming in. We'll give him, let's say 10 minutes. How about that? Let's give him 10 minutes to see if he gets in here. And if he doesn't, we're just going to block him. Like you're a fan and you got so much shit to say in my inbox. Get up here and say it with your chest. Like you said that I'm a race trader. I'm low IQ. He said I only debate low IQ trailer park trash. That's what he said. Interesting. Get in here. Let's find out. Good morning, Dadbot. How are you?
Hey, how are you, Santana?
Good. Sounds like your audio is way better this time. So I'm assuming you came up here to actually get a debate in.
Yeah, sure enough, it was a little off. I've been testing out different Bluetooth devices, and it's interesting because some are great audio wise when it comes to speaking and having conversation, and then some are it's like a trade off. Sometimes you get really good audio when it comes to speaking, but then it's terrible when it comes to actually listening to music and podcasts, things like that, and then vice versa. So
I think last time what it was is you were in like a Lowe's or Home Depot or some type of store or something, and
I was with my boy, my little one, and we had a tough week last week. We had the dishwasher went out on us, so we had to replace the dishwasher. Then the very next day, the garbage disposal went out, so I had to replace that. Then we had a hot water leak upstairs, and that unfortunately caved in part of our ceiling. It was just like 3 days back to back stuff. So yeah, it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah, I understand. Well, hopefully everything turned out okay with you and your family. I understand that.
Yeah, for the most part, we're still kind of working through some of it.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, let's go ahead and get started here.
So what's the topic? Do we have any topics, or
your signal's kind of going in and out now? Can you hear me okay? Howdy, partner. Your signal's going in and out.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. You got bars. Seems like you're delayed.
Yeah, I'm good. I should be okay.
You got bars, and there seems like a massive delay.
Yeah, let me move.
We'll give you a moment. Also, guys, you don't have to drop driving in the comments. Like, that does nothing beneficial for us. So anyway, yeah, you guys don't have to do that. Let's give them a moment. All
right, I should be better right now.
Okay, so you can hear me now, no issues?
Yeah, perfectly fine.
All right, perfect. All right, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to, I know you know who I am, but I'm going to give a proper introduction to everyone else, so everyone else knows exactly who I am and what this is. Give me 1 second here, all right?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys, and we're only looking for some debates. So if you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button to make sure we are pushing the VOD out to more people. We got Dad Bod here, and Dad Bod, of course, is a Trump supporter, which is fucking wild. But Dad Bod, we have a couple of different things on the background that we can talk about. But before we do, I would actually love to get your take on something. And it's not necessarily the take that a lot of people have been getting, but it's something a little bit different. So I'm going to kind of go off script as far as what you see on the background. First and foremost, Dad Bod, would you call yourself a Christian?
Yeah, I would. And I'm pretty sure I know where we're going with this. We're going with that True Social post.
No, we're not. That's what I said. It's something different. So you call yourself a Christian, Dad Bod?
Yeah, I would say that I'm a Christian. Yes.
Okay. Do you like movies?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the movie, but yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about Pete Hegseth?
To be frank, I really don't know much about him, other than his position, and that's pretty much it. I don't really know a lot about his background.
Well, he is, of course, he is the current Secretary of Defense. I'm not calling him Secretary of War, but Secretary of Defense. He was a Fox News anchor. He was in the military, in the reserves, ended up getting a discharge, blah, 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 blah. But he's a really big Christian, really like believes in church and all this. I mean, like he's super Christian, super Christian. And so he conflates his, what up, Jay Hobbs? Thank you for the boxing glove. He often conflates his religion with his responsibilities as Secretary of Defense, in the sense that he thinks that the stance of Christianity should be integrated within the government. How do you feel about that?
I don't agree with that. There should be separation of church and state.
Okay, good. All right. So I think so too. What do you think about our leaders being competent and ensuring that they're delivering accurate and reliable information?
I think that's highly important as well, but I also understand that, they're fallible.
Okay. Cool. So Pete Hegseth was actually delivering a speech to the rest of the DOD, and he started the speech with an opening prayer, right? Or ended the actual speech with an opening prayer, which is common, right? I mean, there's a lot of the things that people do and they pray and they da, right? And of course, currently we're in this conflict with Iran, and they call him the Secretary of War or whatever, but it would be reasonable that he would quote a Bible verse or a prayer that surrounds conflicts or war or anything. Is that a reasonable statement?
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to play something for you. I'm going to play the prayer, and I would love to get your thoughts on what he says. And it's just Pete Hegseth. This is him with the prayer and everything.
Ezekiel 25:17. So the prayer is Caesar 25:17, and it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon thee. And amen. So thank you for joining us this month, every month.
Okay. So there was a prayer that he did, and it was based off of Ezekiel 17. What do you think about that, Dad Bod?
All right, so I guess, context is important here, but Ezekiel 17, I'd have to actually look at the reference as far as, prior to that, what led up to that, what it's referencing.
Don't worry, I got you. So this is Ezekiel, 14, right? And I'll lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hands of my people of Israel, and thou shalt do Edom according to minor anger and accordance to my fury, and thou shalt know my vengeance, saint the Lord. Thus the saint the Lord God, because the Philistines have dealt with revenge and have taken vengeance with the spiteful heart to destroy it for the old hearteth. Therefore, thus saint the Lord, beyond I will stretch out my hands upon the Philistines, and I will cut off the Chermanes and destroy the remnants of the sea coast. And then this is specifically 17. And I will execute great vengeance upon them with furious rebuke, and they shall know that I am the Lord when I shall lay my vengeance upon them.
Okay.
All right. So what do you think about him quoting this verse?
I mean, he's quoting Old Testament first and foremost, which, I mean, most Christians understand the Old Testament before Christ came to fulfill the law was pretty harsh. I mean, the way that God was portrayed was obviously loving, but also, you know, very harsh as well as far as rebuke was concerned. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what he's trying to imply there, other than, you know, he's basically calling out, saying that, you know, he's comparing the Philistines to, I guess, the IRGC or Iranians, you know, and conflating those two. But I don't know if, you know, specifically like what he's trying to reference there. It's a little weird.
Let me it is, but let me do this one more time, because I'm going to leave this up so you can see this, but I'm going to play the actual sound one more time.
Ezekiel 25:17. So the prayer is Sisar 25:17, and it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon thee. And amen. So thank you.
Okay, so Dabbot, we can clearly say that's not Ezekiel 17:25, right? Because it seems like there were pieces taken from it, but it's not necessarily the whole thing. We can agree on that one, right?
Yeah, it sounds to me like he's doing his own little interpretation there, which, you know, unfortunately that happens quite a bit in the church. You know, it's just, I don't agree with it necessarily, because it's again, perspective.
Yeah, I understand. And so to be fair to him, what I did, I tried to find like the prayer, because he said Caesar. He quoted Ezekiel 25:17, and then he said it was Caesar. And in connection, now the only thing that I could find was prayers to be used at C, right? Everything that I kept looking for came back to this, and it was Psalms. And there's multiple prayers that are kind of connected, and like the prayers that are listed, but there's no prayer that directly connects to like what he was saying. Hold on. Yeah, there's no prayers that directly relates to what he was saying. So I go back to Ezekiel, and like I think you and I can pretty much agree that while taking Ezekiel, he took Ezekiel, he interpreted it, and then actually put his own spin on it to fill it out to fit what's happening. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I would say it seems like he took it out of context, and then he used it to, you know, kind of exactly just basically to work with what he's trying to, you know, promulgate, whatever messaging that is. Unfortunately, that happens a lot though with Christians.
Yeah, I think so. Dabbot, one other thing for you, right? Hey, you remember I said, are you a big movie fan?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Pulp Fiction?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but it was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can jog your memory with this. Take a listen to this for me.
Of the downed aviator is beset on all.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
That was interesting, Dabbot.
Man, I tell you what, Samuel L. Jackson.
Wait. Listen to this though.
Of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of camaraderie and duty shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon them.
And you will know my name is the Lord.
Hey, Dadbot, why is the Secretary of Defense the most powerful military person in the world, who is a devout Christian, using a Pulp Fiction prayer to justify the current conflict while at the same time misconstruing what the actual prayer is about? Because, you know, again, you and I both agreed when we take a look at the actual prayer, right? We agreed that the actual prayer, you know, that's not what that actually says. Why is that okay?
Well, first and foremost, if I was Samuel L. Jackson, I'd probably sue him for plagiarism. But it also shows how unoriginal Pete Hegseth is. He's obviously not a very bright individual when it comes to making up, you know, quotes on the fly. But if we're going to base it based off of
he had that written down. Like, well, I know I didn't put the video on the screen, but he was actually reading that. That was actually like transcribed. So that
I know what I was saying was he's not good at making quotes on the fly, obviously. But what I would, the only concern I would look at from there, other than the plagiarism aspect and how unoriginal he is, I would say that if he's of the same mindset of that character that Samuel L. Jackson was playing at that point in time, that's not good. Because if you remember in Pulp Fiction, you know, Samuel L. Jackson was kind of one of the main protagonists, but he was doing everything based off of righteousness. So, you know, the Bible talks about righteous anger. The problem is and this happens unfortunately quite a bit, and it's not just with you know, Christianity. It happens in a few different other faiths, which I'm not sure if I can reference here because TikTok's gotten very restrictive. But you have this mentality of there's a righteous anger and then there's a worldly anger, and so you can conflate the two, and you can say, well, you know, let's say for example, I strike you, and I'm not justified to do so. I just randomly strike you. Versus, let's say, I don't know, I catch you in the bedroom with my wife and I strike you because I'm angered righteously based off of, you know, that's my wife and that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, people like it seems like Pete Hegseth are conflating the two, which is problematic because then what you're saying is you're now justifying doing something that is actually not righteous to do. So I don't know if you're going to get me to like disagree with you on this one because I think what he's doing is wrong.
The point that I'm trying to get across is, well, one, Pete Hegseth is a religious zealot, right? I mean, he's someone now, I can't completely substantiate this, but he and Mike Johnson are of the same mindset as far as a group that feel like the actual revelation needs to be brought about. And so they're like pushing for Armageddon, which is in the Bible, and there's like a whole thing behind it. I can't actually completely substantiate that, so I don't want to go completely down that rabbit hole, but there's more into that. But the thing that I really want to harp on is the fact that this is the most powerful military leader in the world who has access to any and everything that he could possibly want, but yet he relies on not necessarily misinformation and disinformation, but an alternate reality or like a movie script in order to somehow bolster his overall presentation. Dadbot, do you think the Trump administration as a whole has an issue with like reality?
I would say that in general, you have a lot of performative individuals within his administration. But I also look at it from a perspective too of, you know, these are people, they're human beings, they're fallible. They're going to make mistakes. In this instance, however, I just can't get on board with what Pete Hegseth is saying there, because I think that he's conflating two different types of angers, and he's justifying, doing something that probably is not. It's not righteous. It's not righteous to do so. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for the rest of the administration because I don't know them personally. I don't know their mental state. But, just off of this, I'd be concerned with Pete Hegseth for sure.
Are you concerned with Donald Trump's mental state?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I mean, and I've said this before, maybe not on your panel, but I don't necessarily agree with how the age, there's not really much of an age cap when it comes to how old you're able to be to run or be elected as president. Honestly, I think there should be a cap. I don't think anybody over the age of 65, basically retirement, should be running for president, but that's just me. So I would say, as far as cognitive, I don't think Donald Trump is as sharp as he was 20 years ago. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. But right now, do you have faith in his mental acuity? Do you think that he's stable in what he says and does?
I don't know. I mean, just to be completely transparent with you, because I'm not gonna lie about it. I don't know, because I don't really know, who he's listening to, who he's taking advice from. Because I'm sure there's, when you're that powerful and there are people around you, there are always going to be bad actors, and there are always going to be people that have some sort of influence. And Trump seems to care. Just based off of my personal observation, he seems to care quite a bit as to optics, like what he looks like, because he is a narcissist. I mean, I'm the first one to admit that. And I do think that he's going to do what he thinks makes him look good. And if someone says something to him,
my question is, like, right now, directly, like, do you think that because he's been saying a lot, he talks a lot, he's always, in front of cameras, do you think that he is cognitively aware? Because there was a whole, what about Biden thing, as far as, a lot of people tried to diagnose Joe Biden with dementia. And while I won't diagnose Donald Trump with dementia, just for the same reason I held people to the point of, like, not doing that to Joe Biden, because one, unless you're a doctor, like, you shouldn't be trying to diagnose anyone. Two, unless you're that person's doctor and you have direct access to their medical records, then you shouldn't be trying to actually diagnose anyone anyway. And number three, they're old, right? And so the thing that I will grant both of them is that cognitively, yes, they are deteriorating because they're older. I'm not going to say that either one of them have dementia, but with that being said, understanding that Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America, the most powerful man on earth, who has the access to the nuclear codes, and who has almost 3 years left in office, a little less than 3 years or left in office. With his current mental state as it is, are you worried to the point that we need to remove him, or do you have confidence that he's going to be able to make it through this term?
Well, again, to be transparent, I'm always worried when we have anyone over the age of 70 in office. I try to put as much faith as I possibly can in his advisors, but then again, he's susceptible to, again, whoever's whispering in his ear. And at that point in time, like, if I had to, just based off of observation, just watching him speak, I say, I watch for things like, gaffes. I watch for things that don't sound coherent, that would, potentially lead to some sort of cognitive, issue as far as declining cognitively. Trump's had a few gaffes.
What if his like, perception of reality and time was, like, no longer true? Like, what if he lived in or said things that made him seem as if he were in a different reality, and it's at the point where either, like, he's living something different or he's flat out lying? Like, do you think that's enough to remove him?
So I think if he's living in, like, a completely alternate universe where he's just completely detached from all things reality versus,
no, not like detached from all things reality, but detached in the sense of, like, let's say, dad bod, let's say, Dad Bod and I debated. I went up on his panel, and we sat and went back and forth, and he talked about Pete Hegseth's prayer, and we debated about that. Right? Well, clearly, we know that you and we debated, but the roles were inverse. The details, that's not accurate. Like, there's something there, but it clearly what I said wasn't true. What if it's a situation like that?
Yeah, so I would say, first and foremost, I would never want to be the president of the United States, because I feel like you have to lie to your constituents a lot, which is unfortunate. But I would say that, for an example, like Trump has said a lot of things that, haven't come to fruition, like things that he said he was going to do, like which was end the war in
That's not
Russia
what I'm
and
saying,
Ukraine in 24 hours.
You're dodging around it. I'm saying.
Well, no. I'm going to answer.
If he's reliving reality, and the reality that he is reliving is clearly not the reality that we lived through, is that enough for you to want to remove him?
Yeah, if it's putting America at risk of danger, then yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. That's what I needed. Hey, I'm going to play a sound for you real quick, and then I want to get your thoughts on this actual sound. Guys, while I pull this up, let's keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up, if you don't mind. We haven't even hit 100,000 likes yet. And we're not getting as much push. I need everybody to lock in, right? We need to get more push, get more people in here. So I need you to tap in the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. If we could, can we knock out the daily gift goal, which is the little finger hearts? That'll help get us more push and get more people in here. Share the live maybe once or twice, but repost the live. That is more important than anything else. If you repost the live, that will definitely help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, if you like to support the live, just like Tess. What up, Tess? Tess in a $25 donation saying, good morning, friend. Project 2025, Universal Terrorists, taking Greenland / Canada, etc. All MAGA said was, he's just kidding. All those came to be. When will they start taking them serious and say enough is enough? You know what? I'm hoping that we can actually get to that point of saying enough is enough. And I'm wondering if Dad Bod is going to actually hit that point after this actual sound. But W's in the chat for Tess. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Dad Bod, got something I want to play for you, and I want you to tell me, what are your thoughts?
Oh, look what happens to Justice Ginsburg. She was not exactly a young woman. The election was taken. They had a Democrat who could have appointed a liberal justice, and the liberals do stick together. There's one thing about those justices. They stick together like glue, not like the Republicans. But she decided that she was going to live forever. And about 2 minutes after the election, she went out, and I got to appoint somebody.
Okay. So Donald Trump is talking about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, talking about how he got a chance to actually appoint another Supreme Court justice because the liberal justices, they stuck together, and she thought that she was going to live forever. And then after he won the election, she died, quote unquote, 2 minutes, which I'll just say he's saying that shortly after he won the election, he died. And so, she died. And so he got to appoint the next Supreme Court justice instead of the previous president being able to appoint the Supreme Court justice. What do you think about that?
I think Trump is very, he's not a very empathetic person. Let's just be honest. There's a lot of stuff that he says specifically about his so-called enemies or people that he doesn't like. I mean, like, for example, at the Charlie Kirk memorial, he said he hates his enemies. He doesn't pray for them. I don't agree with that. But I also don't think he's Christian either. I've said that before too. I don't like the way that he perceives other individuals as less than him. But again, I can't change them. Okay.
You know what? That's a fair statement. Now, And you remember I said, like, hey, how do you feel if, you know, the divorce from reality and da 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 da. I'm gonna play the sound one more time, and again, I want you to listen to what he's saying. Like, just if you don't mind, just like really listen to what he's saying. But not only listen to what he's saying, while he's saying that, I'm gonna put something on the screen. So you know, just like lock in and really listen for me one more time.
Oh, look what happens to Justice Ginsburg. She was not exactly a young woman. The election was taken. They had a Democrat who could have appointed a liberal justice, and the liberals do stick together. There's one thing about those justices. They stick together like glue, not like the Republicans. But she decided that she was going to live forever. And about 2 minutes after the election, she went out, and I got to appoint somebody.
Hey, Dad, when did Ruth Bader Ginsburg die?
September. Well, according to what you're seeing, what I'm seeing, September 18th, 2020.
Who was president on September the 18th, 2020?
Not him.
Who was president on September 20th? I'm sorry, September 18th, 2020.
Oh, September 18th, 20. He was.
When was the election, the 2020 election between himself and Biden? When was that?
The actual voting was November 2020.
Right, November 4th, 2020.
Yeah.
What came first, September the 18th, 2020, or November the 4th, 2020?
Obviously, September 18th, 2020.
Okay, I'm gonna play this one more time. Okay.
So he's lying. Either he's lying or he got his dates wrong.
Wait. We're gonna play it one more time.
Oh, look what happens to Justice Ginsburg. She was not exactly a young woman. The election was taken. They had a Democrat who could have appointed a liberal justice, and the liberals do stick together. There's one thing about those justices. They stick together like glue, not like the Republicans. But she decided that she was going to live forever. And about 2 minutes after the election, she went out, and I got to appoint somebody.
Hey, Dadbot, tell me what you think of that statement now from Trump.
I mean, if he's referring to the presidential election, obviously he got his dates completely wrong.
That's it. That's all you think.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. As a dad, I call my kids different names every single day because I get confused. Sometimes I can't even remember their birthdays.
Thank you for the egg. That's it. That's the only thing you have to say about it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's easy to have a gaffe. It happens quite a bit. I'm not going to sit here and critique and say, man, Trump must really be out of touch because he got his dates wrong. Or he's purposefully saying that because he's just lying. I don't know, because I wasn't there in that instance. I don't know what he was thinking. I can only speculate.
Yeah. And so, like, that's the point that I was getting to earlier. And I said, if we're at a point where we can either admit that cognitively his reality is no longer aligning with the actual reality, because he said a couple of different things. He said that the liberal justices stuck together. Ruth Bader Ginsburg thought she was going to live forever. The election was stolen. And after the election, she went out, and then he was able to appoint a new Supreme Court justice, right? That's what he said, which conflates a bunch of different things, right? Because the election being stolen speaks to the 2020 presidential election that he claims is stolen, but that didn't happen until November of 2020. And then him saying that he got to appoint the actual justice. Well, that speaks to after the 2016 election, where Mitch McConnell held the Supreme Court justice confirmation. So Barack Obama couldn't appoint the Supreme Court justice because they said he was a lame duck president within his last year, and it should be the next president that gets to appoint it. So yes, they held that Supreme Court confirmation until Donald Trump was sworn in. That's why he was able to appoint a Supreme Court justice as soon as he became president. And again, Ruth Bader Ginsburg died while Trump was still in power. And instead of them holding to the same standard, because the actual Republican Party had power, instead of them doing the exact same thing that they had done to Barack Obama with less time, right? Because there was less time in between the time that the Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died to the appointment of the next president. Even though we hadn't had the election, there was less time in that instance versus when Mitch McConnell held over the open spot on the Supreme Court during Obama's term. So they didn't hold that same type of premise from president to president. Donald Trump was firmly in office towards the end of his term prior to the election. And he said that he had just got in and got two appointed. So, Dadbot, I guess the point that I'm trying to get to, right, is we're at an impasse. And the impasse is understanding that either Donald Trump is living in an alternate reality where he can remember certain things and they're all meshing together. And he's just like saying whatever kind of clicks in the moment, or he's just flat out lying to change reality. Dadbot, my question is, since we can agree that that's where we are, is this enough for you to finally say you don't support him because of the clear cognitive decline and he should be removed?
No, I feel like that's kind of reaching, to be honest. I mean, and it's not a knock against you, because I think that I understand where you're coming from. I just think that, again, you know, having like I said, having 4 kids, I literally can't remember my kids' birthdays some days. I literally got asked a couple weeks ago when I was trying to set up a dentist appointment for my 2.5-year-old when he was born, and I couldn't remember. And like, I'm like, when was this kid born? And I had to ask my wife, and I you know, I have 4 kids, sure, that's a lot, but it's not anything even compared to, and I'm 45, it's not anything compared to trying to run a country, have a family, do a million other things at one time. I can only imagine. And that's why I said I never would want to be the president, because there's just so much going on. Like, I feel like you have to extend a little bit of grace. And just for example, like when Biden, you know, said quite a bit that, you know, his son was unalived at war versus we knew that he was unalived after he was not in service anymore. I just wrote that off as it's part of his age. He's probably not remembering things. And that's why I say I think that you should have a cap on, you know, the age limit as to how old you are as the president. But I also have to understand, like, these guys are being told a million different things a day. Like, I can't even remember sometimes what I ate for breakfast. So for me, it's like, I get where you're going, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I feel like we need to be extending a little bit of grace here, because they're not going to get it right all the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Dadbot, how about this then? What about then if Donald Trump, not only, like, we've already clearly articulated the moral bankruptcy within the Trump administration as far as the propensity to either lie or conflate the truth or live in an alternate reality. What about someone who just blatantly doesn't understand how things work, right? What about someone, like, are you comfortable knowing that Donald Trump, while at the same time, either his memory is failing him to the point that he is conflating massive historical events, right? And which, no knock on you. I know for you in your personal life, having a child is like a historical event for you, but electing and appointing a Supreme Court justice is a national event. Like, it's a historical event in the sense of making national history. And so him, like, not remembering, and not saying that he needed to remember the exact date, but him at least remembering, like, the things around what he did, that would cause me to be alarmed. But obviously that's not, you know, enough for you. What about his inability to not only understand science, but just flat out rebuke science because he thinks he's the smartest person in the room? Is that a deal breaker for you?
I mean, no, it wouldn't be a deal breaker. I would just say he's wrong. Like, just like I think you and I could probably agree with the fact that, Trump as far as getting his dates wrong or whatever. I just think that he just doesn't care. And I'm not agreeing with that.
Wait, care about the truth, care about what? Be specific.
Oh, like, I don't think he cares about like certain things like dates and when he appointed, this Supreme Court justice, or when this one passed, or whatever it may be. Like, I think that he's just got so many different things going on. He's not keeping tabs on, like you and I, we know that if we need information, we're going to source back to the internet, obviously, because we can get our information instantaneously. I don't think he's, and I'm just taking stabs at this because I don't know him personally, but it just seems like he just doesn't care enough to really even think about things like that. He's just kind of doing things. And this is where I disagree with what he does in many instances. I think a lot of times he does things just nilly-willy. Like, he's just going with the flow. He's kind of pivoting.
But wait,
a lot.
what if he just believes in stuff that, like, vehemently we know isn't true? Like, not even certain things that are controversial. Like, I'm sure you've probably heard his stance on climate change, right? And he stated that the climate was, or the planet was going to start cooling. Scientists just don't know that. I know there's a lot of people that don't necessarily believe in like climate change, and there's a lot of kerfuffle back and forth as far as that or whatever. So I'm not necessarily talking about that. What if he is vehemently and adamantly someone who believes in things that we just know is not true? Like, is that not a problem for you?
Like what? He's a flat earther or something like that?
Yeah, let's say if he was a flat earther, would that be a deal breaker for you? If there was something equivalent to him being a flat earther, would that be like, okay, no, absolutely not?
Yeah, if he believed, like, it'd be one thing, like, versus, let's just say he believed that the earth was flat versus he believes that the moon landing was staged. I would, if he said the moon landing was staged, I would probably be like, yeah, I can understand why you might think that. But the flat earth thing, I would be like, yeah, man, I don't think you're right there. I think you're wrong. And that's a huge conspiracy. And we have way too much evidence to support that the earth is round. But I wouldn't say that would make him a Looney Tune either. I would just say you're wrong. Like, I mean, climate change.
What if this? Okay, check this out. Check this out. So I'm gonna dig into my bag, and so there's a thing that certain members of FBA, and I'm not gonna explain to you what FBA is, but there's certain members within FBA that believe that Black people, when they meet their ultimate peak, can sustain themselves off of photosynthesis, meaning that they can go outside and absorb sunlight, and they no longer have to eat food or drink water. Like, they can just take in sunlight, and they can sustain themselves just off sunlight. What if he believes something as crazy as that? Would you say like that's a deal breaker for you?
If he believed that you can sustain yourself without food
not
or
that
water,
specifically, not that specifically,
okay,
but something as crazy as that.
If he thought something like you could live forever, I would be like, yeah, he's out of touch with reality.
Okay, cool. I got another sound that I want to play for you, but really quick. W's in the chat for Ruger, who hit a 40 stream streak over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Saint for the 100 cheers, the 100 bits. W's in the chat for Saint again for the 100 bits. W's in the chat for Feisty. What up, Feisty? Who sent a $25 donation saying hugs. Thank you, Feisty. W's in the chat for Jasmine for the $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, hope you're having a good day. Did you hear about RFK and the raccoon? Oh, I absolutely heard about RFK Jr. and the raccoon. I absolutely fucking heard that. It doesn't shock me. The raccoon, the whale, the bear, he just keeps going. He talked about how he used to do bumps of booger sugar off toilet seats. So, like, there's nothing that RFK Jr. can say that's going to shock me. Anyway, W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link to in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, guys, 1.2 thousand people hanging out, guys. Please look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. I go live all the time. Plus, we have some really, really cool shit that's happening. I'm not going to say what it is yesterday, but I will say that yesterday I was in communication. Hey, thank you for that. I was in communication with a couple of members of Congress, and we're going to be doing some really, really cool shit really soon. So you're going to want to make sure you hit that follow button. You're going to want to make sure that you turn on those notifications and support the live. It's going to help me be able to do the really cool shit because, you know, most of the cool shit that I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to pay out of my own pocket. So, you know, let's do it together. Also, Debbie's in the chat for Tori. Tori sent a $50 super chat to say, statistically speaking, men don't retain things like important dates as it's not priority to them. However, Trump called the previous trade deal with Canada terrible. It was his trade deal. It was his trade deal. Also, why are you okay with the narcissist president? Debbie's in the chat for Tori. Listen, Tori, big facts. The only reason I didn't call him a narcissist is because, again, I don't get into the premise as far as like diagnosing people, but you know, low key is high key. W's in the chat for Tori. All right, Dadbot. You've already agreed, like, if there's something that is a crazy conspiracy theory, if Trump believes something that we know is just vehemently false or just like fucking batshit crazy, like that's a deal breaker for you. Perfect. Tell me about what you think about this. Now, this is wait. Just to make sure I'm on, we're on the same page, because you said that when I was talking about P. Hexat, you said that you don't know much about him, but I'm assuming you knew what position he was in. Do you know who Mehmet Oz is?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Dr. Oz, do you know what position he currently holds within Donald Trump's cabinet?
Within the cabinet itself, no, I don't. I just know that he had his own talk show for a while, and I thought he was just a physician and a TV personality.
Yeah, he was, but Donald Trump loves like TV personalities. He appointed him as the head of the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, right? Because he was a TV doctor. Medicaid, Medicare. He said, you know what, Dr. Oz, that's on you. Right, so he's in a very high position within Trump's administration, overseeing Medicaid and Medicare for the entire country. And you know who Don Jr. is, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Don Jr., ever since Charlie Kirk got Kirk, has been trying to pick up this role as far as like a podcaster and like someone who's out front and everything. So Don Jr. had Dr. Oz, Mehmet Oz, on his podcast, and this was the conversation. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I don't know why it didn't. Sorry, guys. Sorry. For some reason, it didn't download the right way. So let me do this. Tried to open it up as a Word doc, which is fucking crazy. Where is it? Here it is. All right, let me download it from here. Okay, all right, here it is.
Pepper, Bobby and I usually go to the meetings together. So he'll first start off with candy bars, that little candy jar he'll call it. He'll hit the red button, and then comes the diet soda pops, which is your dad argues that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. It's poured on grass, so therefore it must kill cancer cells inside the body. So he'll try to, please. I'm not even going to argue this right now. We were on Air Force One the other day, and I walk in there because he wants to talk about something, and he's got an orange soft drink on his desk.
Fanta. He drinks Fanta.
That's what I didn't want to say the brand name on the podcast. He's got a Fanta on the desk, and I say, "Are you kidding me?" So he starts to like sheepishly grin. He goes, "This stuff's good for me. It kills cancer cells." And then he tells me it's fresh squeezed. So how bad could it be for you?
Okay. But then maybe he's onto something, because I will say this. I know a lot of guys pushing 80.
So, Dadbot, first I want to start with the low-hanging fruit, pun intended, first. Donald Trump thinks that orange Fanta is fresh squeezed. He thinks orange Fanta is fresh squeezed. But the bigger thing that came out of that is Donald Trump the president of the United States of America, the man with the most access, the most ability to gain any type of information, openly believes that Diet Coke kills cancer because if you pour Diet Coke on grass, it kills grass. How do you feel about Donald Trump thinking that Diet Coke cures cancer?
Okay, so you want me to be serious about responding to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have a dad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you and dad make jokes a lot? Do y'all joke around ever?
No, my dad's dead.
Okay, well, I'm
doorknob.
sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. When he was still present, did you guys joke around?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you ever or your dad ever say anything that just wasn't simply true just because it was a joke?
Yeah, he always used to joke and say like, let me lick your eyeballs. That was his thing.
So the way I look at this is again, because I don't know the inner thinkings of Donald Trump, just historically, and this is just observational based off of his posts that he's made in the past, like before even Truth Social, even when he was on Twitter, when it was still Twitter, he says a lot of stuff because he's joking. He's sarcastic as all get out, and he's a troll. Now, if he truly believed that Diet Coke eradicates cancer cells, I would say, well, you know, you're actually, that's the opposite because of phenylalanine or sucralose, whatever it is that's in it, aspartame. I think it's sucralose, but in you know, animal studies, it shows that it actually creates cancer cells or promotes cancer cells. But I also look at it from a perspective of like, okay, you can say Fanta's made out of fresh squeezed orange juice sarcastically because you're just joking around because you know
What
better.
up, Swan?
Now, I don't know if Donald Trump, for example, I'm not his son. So, you know, between him and Don Jr., if I was having a conversation with Don Jr. and I said, does your dad actually believe that Fanta's fresh squeezed? And he was serious, like, I mean, completely just no jokes aside, then I'd be like, yeah, you might need your dad to kind of get it together. But I don't know because I'm not there. I can't speak for someone.
The issue with that, though, is one, like that wasn't Donald Trump making a joke, right? That was Dr. Mehmet Oz, the head of Medicaid and Medicare services for the United States of America, who was doing an interview with Don Jr., and he was speaking directly to what Trump believes. And he even said that he's not going to go into it because like it's so blatantly false, but Donald Trump openly believes that. And like the one thing that I'll say is the reason why he was so much like, I can't believe he said that, is because Donald Trump, there's a lot of things that he believes is like not true. Again, like I didn't play the actual sound, or I didn't talk about, like I highlighted that it's something controversial, but him believing that climate change isn't real, like, okay, I get it. Like that's something that a lot of people would dispute, but he's openly someone who shows that he doesn't believe in a lot of the actual things that science believes. And so again, I guess the question that I have is, why is it that this information that was shared, not in a malicious way and not by him jokingly, but just as a firsthand account of what he saw and what happened from Mehmet Oz, why wouldn't that be taken serious? Why are you automatically tallying that up and saying, oh, well, he was joking?
Well, because of the context. I mean, you said before you even played that clip that he and Mehmet Oz are friends, and he likes
them.
No,
I didn't say friends. I said that he's the head of Medicaid and Medicare services, and he's a TV doctor that Trump watched on TV.
He likes TV personalities. So reference like there. If he likes him, I mean, like if I'm with one of my friends, and I'm sure you've been in this situation before too. If we're with our friends, like our guy friends, we have jokes and we joke around and we're sarcastic. Like I think that's just a natural, instinctive thing. Like I can't just, again, I don't know the inner mind of Donald Trump. Like with the whole climate change thing, like I would say, you know, if you don't believe in climate change, then I guess you didn't step outside yesterday or the day or today, because the climate changes every single day. I mean, in my opinion, if the weather changes, that's the climate to me. Now, if you're talking about global warming because the verbiage has changed, then yeah, that's something that you could debate on. But as far as saying something, Fanta's made with fresh squeezed oranges, let's be honest. I don't know, because I don't know if he's serious. And the conversation that they're having is extremely casual, that Mehmet Oz and Donald Trump Jr. are, having. It sounds to me like they're just basically kind of joking around off of that clip, but I don't know the context. I mean, the context of it is important. It just, I don't know, man. I feel like it's reaching. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't think that we can just judge based off. It'd be like this. If Donald Trump said something today, let's just say, for example, he came out and made a public announcement and said, the earth is flat. We never did the moon landing. Water is alive. You can live forever based off of vitamin D. And also something else crazy. Let's just say, I don't know, pizza cures cancer. I'd say you've lost your marbles.
Okay.
And if he was like completely serious.
Your threshold
coming out and he's sarcastic.
Your threshold is that he has to put all the things, because, like, let's be honest, the things that you just named, while he has not said those things specifically, he's absolutely said things that are equivalent to everything that you just said, but it's been spread out at different times. So are you saying that he would have to say all of it together in real time in order for you to be like, yeah, you're crazy?
No, I would say he would have to say it with, and this is where context is important, he'd have to say it with complete certainty, without trolling, without joking around, without being sarcastic. And that's the problem. Like, we can't cherry pick
what did I say? What have I talked about yet where you think, because again, I hear what you're saying as far as Mehmet Oz and Don Jr. I'm going to play this again just one time. I wasn't going to play this again, but I'm going to play it again because I think you think that, like, they're joking. They may be laughing about it, but they're not joking about it, right? I say this all the time.
But how do we know that?
Hold on one second. I say this all the time. There's some truth in every joke. Like, that's literally how a joke works. There's truth in every joke. And again, them telling a joke, in my opinion, would be something that's, set up and saying that, oh, if he does this or da-da-da-da-da-da, they're recanting an actual story, right? Like, this isn't them embellishing. This isn't them, like, saying, oh, I think this or whatever. This is literally just them recanting stories and exchanges that they've had with the current president of the United States of America. I'm going to play this one more time.
Pepper, Bobby and I usually go to the meetings together. So he'll first start off with, candy bars, that little candy jar, he'll call it. He'll hit the red button. Yeah. And then comes the diet soda pops, which is, your dad argues that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. It's poured on grass, so therefore it must kill cancer cells inside the body. So he'll try to, please. I'm not even going to argue this right now. We were on Air Force One the other day, and I walk in there because he wants to talk about something, and he's got an orange soft drink on his desk.
Fanta. He drinks Fanta.
That's what I didn't want to say the brand name on the podcast. He's got a Fanta on the desk, and I say, "Are you kidding me?" So he starts to, like, sheepishly grin. He goes, "This stuff's good for me. It kills cancer cells." And then he tells me it's fresh squeezed. So how bad could it be for you?
Okay. But then maybe he's onto something, because I will say this. I know a lot of guys pushing 80.
Okay. So 2 things I want to call out. 1, Don Jr. at the end, that was a joke. Like, I get that, right? When he's like, maybe he's on to something because I know a lot of guys pushing 80. Like, okay, I get that. That's a joke. And then number 2, and maybe, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this on the screen, and maybe if you could see it, it would actually hold more weight, because there's a portion where Don Jr. responds to this. And this wasn't him joking. This was his response to hearing something that his dad had said. Watch his reaction. Don't just listen. Watch his reaction as well. Because it kills grass. It's poured on grass, so therefore it must kill cancer cells inside the body. So he'll try to, please. I'm not even going to argue this right now. So Don Jr. replies like, what the fuck, right? And Dr. Oz says, I'm not even going to argue this right now. So it's not an issue of like, oh, that was a joke. It was an instance of both of them agreeing that was completely unfounded. So can you tell me one more time why you think that that's a joke for Trump?
Well, because Dr. Oz also responds and says that he's sheepishly grinning, which means he's kind of like giving like this, like, you know, bashful. I mean, depending on his context, again, of what sheepish means, that could be bashful, could be embarrassed, could be whatever. Like, I do that all the time with my kids. I'll grin when I've done something that I know is silly and I'm purposefully being silly. I mean, we can't, let's say Donald Trump doesn't have a sense of humor just because he's the president. Again, I don't know, man. Like, I can't, again, if, and this is where context is important, if Donald Trump seriously was, you know, thinking a bunch of ridiculous, just out of touch, complete from reality things, and he was as serious as a heart attack, I would say that there's an issue. But if he's joking, and I don't know, like I can't just sit here and say I know exactly what he was saying or what he meant because I wasn't there. I'm just, at that point, you're just letting me speculate. Like, we're both speculating. It's just,
and I get that. I get that. I agree. I understand that it's speculation. The issue that I have is I'm trying to find where's the line for you, and I feel like there's been a couple of things stacked up.
I'll take my line.
Well,
I have a hard line.
Hold on. Like I don't want to say what's your line based off of a hypothetical. I'm trying to find out based off of the things that have been done. But you know what? That's fine. I got one more thing, and I'm going to combine two things, and I want you to hear this and respond. And then, like, I won't present anything else. We'll run through this, and then, like, if that doesn't meet the threshold, then yes, I would love to hear your line. Really quickly though, before I do that, Debbie's in the chat for Angie. Angie sent a $5 donation saying, would Dad Bod let Trump watch his kids? Good morning, Santana. Thank you for thank you for all that you do. Love you too. Dad Bod, would you let Trump? Would you let Trump
I don't
watch
even
your
let
kids?
I don't even let my own parents watch my kids because they're too old. No offense to age, but they're too old.
What if he wasn't as old? Well, let's say he was 60.
It depends on how fast he was, because my kids are fast, especially the 2-year-old boy, and he's prone to getting hurt all the time. Just depends.
Well, you know, Trump, by his own admissions, he has to be pretty swift because he can just grab women by the P word, and so you got to be pretty swift to just grab them. Debbie's in the chat for Cody for the $5 donation. Cody sent a $5 donation saying, per Brian Tyler Cohen, new Marjorie Taylor Greene says, following attacks from Trump calling her a traitor, her children received serious death threats, and she reached out to Trump directly, who scolded her and said it's her fault if her son lost his life. What do you think about that, Dad Bod?
That's not a nice thing to say. If I mean, I haven't seen that, but if he said that, then like, I mean, that's actual like cited, and you know, there's no debating that. As far as did that actually occur, if he said that, I would say that's a complete lack of empathy, which is one of the critiques that I've already mentioned about Trump that I don't like.
Okay. Debbie's in the chat for Jessica for the $1 donation saying, if you haven't seen Unfit, the psychology of Donald Trump yet, absolutely watch it. As a mental health professional, it offers a very interesting perspective. I'm going to check that out, Jessica. Debbie's in the chat for Sandra for the $5 donation saying, only if MAGA worked this hard to educate themselves. Like, I completely agree with that. Like, we would be in a different position. Like, if that was the case. Holy shit. Debbie's in the chat. Whoever sent that, Kim1983, who sent the puppy over on YouTube, that's fucking dope. Debbie's in the chat for Carl. Carl, who sent a $5 super chat to say, awesome MAGA trolling Dean yesterday. Yeah, that was funny. I was listening with earbuds and got looks from people around me. LMAO, comic relief is essential nowadays. I completely agree. And Debbie's in chat for Dylan for the $2.79 Canadian to say, president shouldn't joke like Trump does. I agree. Like, my whole thing is there should be a standard for the person who holds the office of the presidency, and I think that's not being met. W's in the chat as well for Tori, who sent a $10 super chat to say, asked if he would let someone without approximately 30 allegations watch his kids. Would you hire a babysitter that had 26 credible sexual assault allegations?
Are you asking me directly?
Mm-hmm.
If there were allegations,
credible allegations, meaning that there's enough proof to believe that it's more than likely true.
Yeah, if SA was I don't know if I can say the word on here. I know TikTok's weird about that.
Sexual assault allegations.
Yeah. So if there were sexual assault allegations for, like just say a candidate for like a nanny, for example, no, obviously I would not, because that would be putting my kids at risk. But again,
you're good with that for a president.
I'm not also asking the president to watch my children.
Technically, you are. Actually, not only are you're requesting for the president to watch your children, but you're saying like watch all of the country's children and all the people in the country. Like that's kind of the default position of the president, is to be the babysitter of the country for 4 years.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm asking the president, or expecting, of course, the president to be making decisions that impact our country and the overall well-being of our lives, of course.
Babysitting the country for 4 years,
which impacts us, yes. However, referring back to the allegations, the sexual misconduct or sexual assault allegations, if I had that information privy, then obviously, no, of course I wouldn't want someone like that watching my kids, because I wouldn't trust them around my children. Now, that said,
okay, hold on.
These allegations,
I don't want to go too far in that, because that's not the point. Like, that was in chat for Amanda for the $2 donation, saying, Dad bod letting Trump watch his kids is exactly why I would never trust Trump supporters with my kids. They're pedophiles and rape protectors. They don't protect children. Yeah, it's weird how they cape for them. W's in the chat for Oakley, who sent a $3 donation, saying, my PMDD is wrecking me today. Migraines, can't stop crying. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. This works, but listening to your lives helped me stay grounded. Love you, Santana. Thank you for what you do. Love you too, Oakley. I hope you feel better. Seriously. And last but not least, guys, W's in the chat for Conway for the $1.39 donation, saying Trump stared at an eclipse 3 times. Deal breaker. I completely agree. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.4 thousand people hanging out. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. We broke the 100,000 threshold, and now we're racing to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please make sure you hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when I go live. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. We have over twice as many people watching on YouTube than we have thumbs ups. We should have at least as many thumbs ups as we have people watching. So right now, we got 192 thumbs up. Please, 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 if you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up so we can actually get the VOD to push out even more. All right, Dad Bod. This is going to be a 2-for-1, and I'm going to land my plane overall with this, because I'm hoping this actually is the thing to get you to say no mas, right? We've already talked about how Donald Trump conflates reality. We already talked about how Donald Trump lies. We already talked about how Donald Trump is old. Like, there's a lot to that. But Donald Trump actually is putting our country in danger. And the reason why he's putting our country in danger is because the decisions that he's making based off of his current mental faculties either proves that he's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's actually doing, or he's trying to sabotage the country, right? So when it comes to where we are currently with Iran, right, they're like the peace talks failed. There's been back and forth. And as of today, or not as of today, as of yesterday, Pete Hegseth is threatening Tehran if Iran does not accept a peace agreement, saying that we will attack them again. So obviously, like there's some kerfuffle with that at best. But this is what Donald Trump said as far as like where we stand with Iran.
I had to divert, because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
So Trump is saying that, you know, they're close to a deal, or he's saying Iran wants to make a deal very badly. The war is close to being over, you know, all of those things. But clearly, like I said, Pete Hegseth went on record yesterday threatening Tehran if they didn't accept an actual peace agreement. Now, like, that's an issue because he's lying or he doesn't actually know what's happening. But also there's economic impacts as well. Listen to this one.
But Mr. President, just to be clear, you said the other day that any country that supports Iran and sends military equipment to Iran will face a 50% tariff if they try to bring products. Did you refer to China? Did you mean China?
Yes, and other people, but yes, China too.
Okay.
If we find that China, because I hear news reports, so a news report doesn't mean much to me because they're so fake, but I hear news reports about China giving the shoulder missiles, what's called a shoulder missile, anti-aircraft missile. I doubt they would do that because I have a relationship and I think they wouldn't do that, but maybe they did a little bit at the beginning, but I don't think they would anymore. No, but if we catch them doing that, they get a 50% tariff, which is that's a staggering amount.
So not only are we in the midst of an actual war where our Secretary of Defense is threatening additional military action while our commander-in-chief doesn't know the actual status of where we are, he at the same time is threatening an economic war, specifically with China, but any other country where he's going to, quote unquote, add additional 50% tariffs on everyone, which like the Supreme Court already said, the tariff shit that you're doing, you can't do it. It's not going to work. And so much so, if anyone, you know what, this is a spoiler. This is an extra. This is a throw in. Like, this isn't part of the actual point that I'm trying to make, but just because I love my chat so much, hey guys, Trump actually has some good news for you. Trump actually has some good news for you. Take a listen.
Season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax.
So I will say this. I know people are skeptical. I speak Trump. I've been doing this for so long. I have digested so much of the things that he said. I have fact-checked, verified, cross-referenced all of this. I know everyone hears that and you just hear a bunch of bullshit, and I get why you do. But you have to understand what Donald Trump does is often he'll take a little bit of truth, put it in the middle of what he wants to say, and swirl a bunch of lies around the truth, and then sprinkle in maybe a dash of truth on top. That's how he makes the shit sandwich that he tries to feed MAGA, right? But the kernel of truth in the middle of what he said was that refunds for tariffs are going out, and they will start on April the 20th. And this isn't like refunds or like the Doge check or, you know, any of this other crazy shit. This is the reason why this has to happen is because the Supreme Court said that Donald Trump instituting those tariffs where all of our money was taken was illegal. And so he has to return the money. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. So that will start on 4/20. Light them if you got them. That will happen on 4/20. So that money will be returned. Everything else he was saying is bullshit. The fact that no income tax and all this other, all of that was bullshit. Anyway, Dadbot, going back to the original point, as far as like Donald Trump not only has us in an actual physical war with Iran where he doesn't fully understand where we currently are today, but he's threatening another financial war with not only China, but other countries. This on top of like everything else that we've talked about, Dadbot, because you and I have been going back and forth and back and forth, back and forth. We've talked about his inability to properly line up reality. We've talked about the fact that he believes in things that are vehemently and easily disprovable. We've talked about, you know, those current actual, the current actual, fuck it, I'll just call them lies. The current lies that he's trying to tell, not understanding things. And then we also kind of mentioned the fact that like the people that he has appointed in the most important positions around him are idiots. Is this not enough with all of that information laid out in front of you, Dadbot, all of the things that we just put together? Is that not enough for you to say, no, Moss, I don't think he should be in power. Santana, I'm on the same page as you. We need to enact the 25th.
Okay, so I don't know if you saw my message, but I do need to get back to work. I will answer, and then I have to get off of this. First and foremost, Operation Midnight Hammer back in last June, we were told that nuclear capabilities were taken out. I don't believe that we were given the full information, or the information was, or intel was bad. But I do believe that purposefully we don't also receive full information or transparency, because it would obviously compromise, you know, future missions, things like that. The contradiction, I'm not a fan of. Also, I'm not a fan of going to war with Iran in the first place. I don't believe in war. I think that we should have peace in general. However, if intel's changed, and again, I'm not privy to that information, you're not privy to that information,
it has,
nor
we
is
are privy
legacy.
to it.
No, we're not full transparency. We don't have full access.
We're privy enough to know that
if we did, then it would be compromising our.
We know the head of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, under oath and under penalty
Santana,
of
can
actual
you let me finish,
going
please?
to the, like what you're saying is just vehemently not true though. Like
no, I'm not. What I'm saying is we are only given certain information. That's just common knowledge. Like we are not privy to intel, like actual classified intel.
I agree.
Because it would compromise the country.
We don't have full information, but what we do know is that the head of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, in conjunction with the former head of counterterrorism, have both been on record saying that Iran was not a nuclear threat to us currently. And Tulsi Gabbard actually went in front of Congress under oath with the penalty of perjury, sending her to jail, and said that no, they had not restarted their nuclear missile program and they were not an imminent threat. So like, that's just BS. I'm not talking about Operation Midnight Hammer. Like you can make debates about that, whatever. I'm talking about this current conflict that caused us to strike Iran in conjunction with Israel. But that still doesn't actually answer my question. I need to know, with everything that we've laid out in front of you, with all of his cognitive issues, with all of his lies, with all of the bullshit that he believes that is not scientifically proven, conjoined with the fact that he has us in a war where there's conflicting messages and he's threatening additional economic war. Is that enough for you to say, no more, I'm out?
Two answers, and then I do have to get to work, okay? First and foremost, if all of that was not speculative, then I would absolutely 100% agree with you. Second answer is,
can you tell me what I speculated on? Can you tell me one point that I speculated on?
We're speculating off of context from conversations from Oz and Trump Jr. We're speculation off of,
who is
we're speculating based off of
who is a member of his
Santana,
cabinet, and then his son. come on. Like, oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're speculating off of a podcast and a conversation. We're speculating off of what Trump is actually thinking when we don't know him personally. We're speculating based off of information that we're being given. Hey, I'm not done, man.
No. Stop it.
Well, hey,
Stop
I do got
that statement's disingenuous. I know you got to go, but listen, like that's okay. Fuck around. That's disingenuous because it's not like this is the fucking Joe Rogan podcast or Theo Vaughn or some other just like random right wing people talking and they're, you know, speculating on all this other shit. It's literally someone that's currently in Donald Trump's cabinet who has normal access to him and his son, his oldest son, who has been with him his entire life. Like, that's not speculation between them. These are people speaking on things that they know. But the answer to his question is no. Like, none of that shit. We just spent all that time. We just spent like over an hour laying out facts and information, laying out direct information and quotes from Donald Trump, proving the shit that he said was not accurate. And that still wasn't enough for him to say no. That still wasn't enough for him to say, oh, no, I can't do that. What the fuck? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Send your daily heart me. It is only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, you can drop me. That was an accident. My bad.
No worries. Guys, if you're in the request right now, please make sure that you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're perfectly fine. But if you see the gray person, two people, that means that you are in the request and you're here to debate. And if you're here to debate, that means that you are either a Trump supporter or you specifically disagree with something on the background. There are multiple points on the background, meaning the actual topic is America doesn't really care. And what I'm saying is, when I say America doesn't really care, the points that you can disagree with is, one, Republicans. The Republicans don't care about the Epstein survivors. They don't care about women in general, but they definitely don't care about Epstein survivors. Moderate Democrats, number two, moderate Democrats don't care about our country. Number three, white men, they don't care about anything but power. Number four, white women, they don't care about white supremacy. And number five, BLAGA, FBA, you guys don't care about black people. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. I'm going to read off a couple of thank you. There's people in the box right now. Take a look down at the bottom of your screen. Again, if you see the pink and blue person, that means you're good. But if you see the gray people, that means you are in the request and you are here for a debate. Not to come up and say, hey, I got a question. Not to come up and say, oh, I really enjoy your stuff. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. If there's something you want to say, you can say it in the chat. I read the chat all the time. You can, if it's something important, you can get it one of my mods and they'll get it to me. Or if you want something specifically answered or to get a message across directly and ensure that it's answered, you can send it to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. W's in the chat for Hayes for the $1 donation send. Don't need to read this out loud. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Hey, send it to me. I appreciate you. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Anthony for the $1 donation send. How's the tariff refund work? My prices went up, but corporations get my money back. Is that right? Yeah. So from what I've been able to find so far, they're just going to actually distribute it based off of the number that was actually taken in and then like break it down. It's not going to be something individual for people that was paid. They're going to do it like a kind of a blanket refund. So it's not going to be specific based off of what we did or did not pay individually. So some people may get more back than ended up being collected in tariffs. Some people may get less. It's not going to be like individually tracked. W's in the chat for Sandra for the $5 donation. For all the miles you put in for this debate. Thank you so much. We ran 1 million miles just for him to say, it's not enough. W's in the chat for Toasty, who sent a $2 super chat. Say, I hope his kids grow up and see this. It's insane. Yeah, like I don't think that a lot of us think about like the stuff that we say and do, especially now in this age, it lives forever on the internet. So we got to be mindful. W's in chat for Dylan for the $6.99 Canadian to say, have you watched Trust Me, the False Prophet? Basically Epstein level, but using religion to brainwash the survivors. No, I haven't seen that, but I'll check that out. And last but not least, W's in chat for Blue Bonnet for the $2 super chat to say, I didn't expect this caller to come to reality. I kind of did. Because he's someone who, at the very least, I know that he doesn't crash out, and at the least, he seems like he's good faith, but I guess we know he's not. Anyway, again, W's in chat for all the no-nos. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. I am dropping the link. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to debate me, you do not have to leave where you are. You do not have to leave your safe space. All you have to do is click that pin message, and you can actually come up and debate me. I just dropped the link in the chat as well. All you got to do is click that link and you can come up and debate me. You do not have to actually leave where you are. You don't even have to be on TikTok. You just got to click that link and then you can get up here. Welcome in, Amanda Raid. What is Sophie? And it's about time for I don't know what they're talking about. Welcome in, Amanda Raid. Amanda Raid, as we get in, guys, please tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me if you have not done so. Knock out the daily gift goal. That would be awesome. W's in chat for Become Legend. Darius, who sent a $4.99 super chat, say, thank you for becoming a part of my morning routine. What the dog do? I know that's right. W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Tia, who has been a YouTube member for 7 months and used their YouTube membership to send over the message. Do you think it would be better to remove Trump by the 25th Amendment or wait until November and remove him for treason? So they'll all go. Yeah, I think that would be better. I don't know. Like, I think there's a huge difference between what happens if the Democratic Party only takes the House versus the Democratic Party taking the House and the Senate. Both the House and the Senate are in play. And if the Democratic Party can somehow take both the House and Senate, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Nobody scared. Sophia, that's what you're saying? Get up here. I'm going to mute you. You're muted. Get up here. You're going to have to get up here and give me a debate. W's in the chat for Michael for the $4.99 super chat to say, love everything you do, Santana. Just wonder your opinion on the tariff refund and how likely you think it will happen. I don't know if you got a chance to actually listen to what I said, but the only reason I have any type of confidence in it is because it has been mandated by the court. Like, we knew for a fact that it was going to be illegal. You're causing a lot of kerfuffle in the chat. I need you to get up here.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not. They're trying to force me up here. I told them I didn't want to debate, and they kept spamming in the chat talking about, you're scared, go up there, go on up there, Phil, go on up there, buddy. I didn't say I wanted. No, I'm not. No one's thumb thugging.
I saw you. I can see you thumb thugging in the comments.
Okay, so I'm scared because I don't want to debate you.
Yes.
Wait,
either
really?
See, this
so
is
everyone in your chat is scared of you. Everybody in your chat scared of you.
No, like, my chat is cool. My chat is sexy. My chat is funny. My chat smells good.
No, they're not.
But then they don't. People like you that
right.
yip yap from the comments and scared to say it with your chest. Like, that's why my chat is on your head. They don't play that.
Okay,
and they
yeah.
know
what was I saying with my chest? What was I saying with my chest?
No, I said you won't say it with your chest.
Say what, though?
Get up here. Tell us what you were saying in the
comments.
Say what? Tell
exactly.
us what you were saying in the
Nothing.
comments.
I wasn't saying anything in those comments.
I can scroll back up and see what you're saying.
Go ahead and scroll. Go on and scroll.
Okay.
Go on and scroll up. I'll wait. We'll be waiting.
It's time for what is that? A Tutamaki life? What is that? Totamaki?
Yeah, I was trying Tomodachi Life. My bad. I was trying to leave and play Tomodachi Life, but they kept spamming me. See what I mean? Like, so I didn't come over here.
Let's go back before that. And you replied to someone said, and I disagree with the point. He brings very strong arguments as a black man. What are you talking about?
He replied and said, go on up there. And I said, and what, and do what? Disagree with what point? Like, that's what I mean. I was saying in a hypothetical, what would I do? Because I'm not going to come up here against the strong arguments you have just to lose. That's the point of not debating.
Santana, can you go one-on-one versus me in basketball?
and you're going to get absolutely fried. You know that, right?
How tall are you?
6 foot.
Okay. How's your 3?
How tall are you?
6'3" and
my
a half.
3? Not as good as my mini. What about you?
My my range is actually really good. Really good.
I don't know about that.
My 3-point is excellent. My mid range is pretty good. My post game is even better. The work I do around the rim. When I tell you my pivot step, my under and up, like, yeah. Anyway, you get cooked.
No.
You also said
no, you get
my name
fried.
is not
I
Phil.
don't even need to dribble.
Neither is Creed. I don't.
Yeah,
think
because they kept spamming Phil. No, I can absolutely dribble.
Yeah,
I would nutmeg you so quick it's not even funny.
You really wouldn't. That's like if for people who get nutmeg. No, people get nutmeg.
It's Santana.
Like
Santana
you don't
gets
play
nutmegged.
good defense. You don't play
like
good defense. Okay.
With your legs open.
Okay.
Like when I bounce that ball through your legs and then I just score on you like that and I dunk like that.
I hear you. Pick a point on the background that you want to debate.
And bro, you want me to just blindly debate? You want me to disagree? You want me to LARP right now? Is what you want me to do?
No, I don't want
you're
you to
asking
LARP
me to LARP
because you're in the comments and are
doing
you Phil?
Do it? No. Oh my god.
I was about
do
to
you
say,
genuinely
I don't
believe
think
that?
you are.
Can you tell me with a straight face you think I'm Phil?
No, I didn't say that. It was a genuine question because you don't sound like Creed to me. But
people say I have the same tonality.
You're not as insufferable as him.
Thanks, man.
I mean, I'm not saying you're not insufferable. I'm just saying not as insufferable as him.
I mean, yeah, I could say you're not as insufferable as the other 3, but I mean, you're definitely insufferable.
That's fair.
Yeah.
You support Trump?
Not anymore.
The election held today. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala Harris. Over in that election or in a new election? We're about to LARP again?
Just saying
we want to start LARPing?
No. All right.
Yeah, let me LARP.
Get out of here. Leave the chat alone.
If
you keep
they can leave me alone. How about that? Tell your chat to leave me alone. You tell your chat to
you leave them alone.
Tell your
I'm dropping you down. Like, fucking leave them alone. Like, you're being an antagonist in the comments, and that's why they're on your head top. Leave them alone. I unmuted you, but stop fucking around. Debbie's in the chat for Teresa. Teresa sent a $10 donation and said, thank you. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Teresa. Also, Debbie's in the chat for Great Britain for the $1.99 euro to saying being a Trump supporter paid off the other day. Yeah, I like I'm assuming you mean at the end of the day. Yeah, I guess we get our tariff money back. Maybe there's something. Maybe. Debbie's in the chat for Michelle. I know Michelle, not Michael. Michelle, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say, my name is Michelle. Love you though. Wait, did I call you Michael at some other point? I did. I'm sorry, Michelle. I'm sorry. Debbie's in chat, Michelle. I'm sorry. Sorry. Debbie's in chat for Michelle. Debbie's in the chat for Caroline, who sent a, hey, fucking stop it, Sophia. I'm going to mute you again if you don't stop. Debbie's in the chat for Caroline for the $10 donation saying, hey, Santana, hope you're doing good. I accidentally hit the request when you were when I was liking and tried to get back up. Tried to take it back. It still shows that I'm in the queue. If I'm still there, please ignore it, remove it. My TikTok doesn't react when swiping out again. Yeah, I don't see you in the request. You're good. I don't see you in the request, Caroline. Debbie's in the chat for Caroline, though. Debbie's in the chat as well for Mara. I think it's Mara, who sent a $5 donation saying, hello, Santana. Really appreciate all the hard work and standing up for minorities. Much love. Don't read. Yeah. Send me an email. Check the email on my link tree and send it to me. I would, we could talk about that. Debbie's in the chat. Guys, again, all right. Sophia, I'm muting you because you're being antagonistic. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.6 thousand people hanging out here. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We are doing a lot of really cool shit. Really cool shit. Like I was saying earlier, I actually was in conversation with 2 different members of Congress yesterday. And if things work out, there's going to be a lot of cool shit happening. I'm going to be I'm going to be doing some traveling. I'm going to be doing some really cool shit. So like, if you would like to support, it would be super helpful because everything's going to come out of pocket. So, you know, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You over on YouTube. You can send a super chat. I promise you it's going to be worth it. And we're going to be doing a lot of good. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I guess you could say both. You remember me from yesterday, though? You called me out and then you muted me.
No, I don't remember you. Which point do you disagree with on the background where you like to start?
White men, nothing but power.
Okay. So you disagree with the point that white men only care about power?
I'm kind of on the fence with it because, like, shouldn't any race care about power?
No, I think people should care about people. I think the premise of coalescing power is like absolutely insane. We should want to live a happy, healthy, safe life and thrive together as people and not focus on like just holding on to power forever.
Right. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. But like, what do we do to like stop all these corrupt people from being in power, though? That's what I don't get.
There's a couple of different things that we could do. Like, first and foremost, we could not support Donald Trump. I mean, like, he's the most corrupt president in modern day United States history, and like, it's actually documented. Did he run? Did he fucking run? How did he run already? What the fuck was that? I'm positive that he heard me say, I don't remember you. And since I said, I don't remember you, he left. Either that or his phone went dead. Let's see if we give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's give him a few moments, see if he shows back up. Let's give him a few moments and see if he shows back up. I don't know. He's going to come back tomorrow and say, you dropped me. There's no way he could say that. I was in the middle of talking. Let's give him a few moments. Debbie's in the chat as well, though, for Aaron for the 25 Nordic over on YouTube. I think that's like $2.99 or something like that. Debbie's in the chat for the 25 Nordic. Say, really funny when you and Dean grifted MAGA. Yeah, that was funny as shit. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation, saying Shaq's free throw percentage is better than my overall game, but I bet I could take Phil. I bet you could too. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat for Jameson for the $10 donation for coffee. What up, Jameson? Fucking guys. So I'm not going to say, because I don't want to actually, I don't want to talk about things until it's set. But like I said, yesterday I was in communications with 2 different members of Congress, and in real fucking time, I just got an email back. Shit is about to get super, super interesting. Holy shit. Let me reply to this real quick. Sorry, guys. I got to reply to this really quick. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm telling you. Guys, we're going to be doing some really cool shit. And when I say we're going to be doing some really cool shit, we're going to be doing some really meaningful, cool shit. Holy shit. We got to land this plane, though. We got to fucking land the plane. Chat, lock in. We got to land this plane. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, we're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah.
Okay. What point do you disagree with on the background? Huh?
White man, nothing but power.
I remember you. We talked about that one the other day.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about that with you again.
I just have a question for you.
No, I don't want to talk about that again. We talked about that the other day.
Who is Zurara?
I'm sorry?
Zurara, who was he?
Zurara? What are you talking about?
Yeah, who was he?
Zurara? You think I'm just supposed to randomly know someone named Zurara?
You keep naming him all the time. That's the one person you keep naming.
That's not the name that I'm naming. See, you don't even know what you're saying.
Gomez Zurara?
Gomez Inez de Zurara.
Yeah, the Zurara. That's his last name, Zurara, the Portuguese.
Okay, what the fuck are you trying to get to? Like, okay, if you know who Gomez Inez de Zurara, the Portuguese person, like you already know. Get to your point, because again, you obviously want to get to something.
I'm asking. My question is, why do you keep using it? Why do you keep mentioning him?
Because he's the person that actually created the current construct of race.
No, he didn't.
Okay, who did?
Do you know who he was?
He's a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator.
Yeah, he was a chronicler.
Yes,
he was a writer.
Chronicler
he
for
was a writer.
Yes,
all he did was write. You want to know why?
Yes. No, I don't. You don't fucking know. Tell me, what did he write, and then what did he actually present to the Catholic Church? And I know you know because you've heard me say it. Tell me.
The prince wanted to get into the business of slavery.
Tell me.
In order to justify.
Tell me what he wrote.
To justify.
Tell me what he wrote.
To the business, he asked Zurara.
Tell me what Gomez Inez de Zurara actually wrote and presented to the Catholic Church.
I'll tell you what he wrote. He wrote propaganda in order to justify the prince trading slaves.
Yes.
Using Christianity as a way.
Yes. Tell me what I've said that doesn't mean that.
Want to know why?
Tell me what I've said that doesn't support that.
He did not create race.
Tell me what I've said that doesn't support that.
Because you're saying that because of what he wrote, racism exists or race exists. You do know that racism existed way before that, or the grouping of people existed way before.
I got you. Don't worry. I'm going to lay this out one more time. Gomez Inez de Zurara was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. And what he actually did was, after coming across Black people, in order to be able to justify chattel slavery, he went to the Catholic Church and told them that they came across this group of people that were of the lower hemisphere. They were animalistic, they were hypersexual, they were subhuman, and they needed to be civilized. And in order to civilize them, they needed to engage in chattel slavery. It was the justification for chattel slavery, which then, after presenting that to the Catholic Church published 2 papal bulls saying that, yes, this is what it is, and you guys can actually engage in chattel slavery. They gave permission to the other white European countries to engage in chattel slavery. The Catholic Church is the one that did that, based off of the propaganda that was given from Gomez Inez de Zurara, the person that said, since these people have these phenotypical characteristics, they are subhuman and they're animalistic, they're hypersexual, they are different. Like, that's the entire point.
I agree with everything that you just said. I completely agree. So that was the whole point of that. That was propaganda in order like you said, to justify making money, because the prince saw that there was an opportunity, because the trade, the slavery business had been going on way before that. So the prince saw an opportunity and he wanted to justify doing it. So he got Zurara to write propaganda to justify it, right? But so based on your logic and what you've been saying, you seem to think that race and racism started with Zurara because of what he wrote.
Can you tell me prior to Gomez Inez? Can you tell me prior to Gomez
African kingdoms, all they all did that?
Hey, can you tell me prior to Gomez Inez de Zurara, where people were classified by their phenotypical characteristics, not by where they were from or even their religion, but by their phenotypical characteristics. Can you tell me, can you give me any proof of prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zurara, where people were categorized by the socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics?
Yeah, it's been around since
sure, give me proof.
Way before that.
Give me proof.
Okay, let me see. Here, have it here.
No, I know. I don't want any questions. Just tell me exactly.
Greeks, they called everyone who wasn't Greek a barbarian. Including people with different skin tones like the Ethiopians.
Okay, so then that doesn't prove the point.
They look down on them and
stop. That doesn't stop. You're saying that, and that does not prove the point. You literally just said they called everyone that was not Greek barbarians, including Ethiopians. And then you said even with different skin tones. That doesn't prove your point. Give me a specific example of prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zurara, where people were categorized based off of phenotypical characteristics.
I'm telling you, the Romans did the same thing. They had stereotypes about the Gauls being big and wild. They had they grouped people based on what they look like. They had darker skin. The Greeks did it.
Read what you just said about the Germans. Read it again. Read what you just said. No, stop. Read what you just said again.
Every watched the movie Gladiator.
Hey, I'm being dead ass serious right now. If you keep like just spamming random shit and not actually engaging, I'm just gonna kick you and move the fuck on because you're being disingenuous as fuck right now. Like I'm entertaining this conversation with you, but you're being absolutely disingenuous. And I refuse. I will deal with the claim. We can go through that. I can absolutely do stupid, but I cannot do disingenuous. And you're being disingenuous at this point.
Zurara is the first person to give a detailed description of an auction, right?
Can you give me an example of prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zurara, where people were categorized based off of their phenotypical characteristics, not based off of their nations, not based off of their religion, but based off of their phenotypical characteristics, meaning there could be people that came from the same nation, shared the same religion, but had separate phenotypical characteristics. And so they call this group one thing and they call this group another thing, even though they shared those commonalities of nationality and ethnicity.
I'll give you an example.
No, I want you to give me an actual, I want you to give me a source proving what you're saying.
Example.
No, don't talk about something. Don't talk about something. Tell me where the source is.
Look,
tell me where your source is.
In China, they had the Hua and the Yi distinction. They saw themselves.
Stop. Tell me where your source is. I'm going to put it on the screen and we'll look at it together. I don't want you to tell me a story. I just want you to say, my source is ABC and the title is ABC. I'll pull it up. We'll look at it together and then you can talk. I don't want you to just randomly spam words. I want to see the source.
This is wild that you seem to think that history started with Zurara.
That's not what I'm saying.
You're insane if you think that.
When did I say history started with Gomez, Inez, de Zurara?
You just said, I asked you, you said racism started with him.
The construct of race. I said I'm willing to accept. I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong. I am. I'm absolutely willing to accept that I'm wrong. And that's why I say, can you give me? No, I'm saying, can you give me, what is race?
It's a I can't pronounce the word.
Race is a socially acceptable construct that is based off of phenotypical characteristics that was created for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class. Can you tell me, even if you just say the
Because
grouping, even if you say,
because of what
even
if
you say, hey, even if you say that race is just the grouping of phenotypical characteristics, I will accept that. I will accept that. Can you give me any verifiable source that shows prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zurara doing so, that there was a time, place, and space where people were categorized by their phenotypical characteristics, even as they shared nations and religion? Because yes, prior to that, people were absolutely categorized by tribes. They were categorized by nations. They were even, in certain points, categorized by religions, but they were not grouped together based off of phenotypical characteristics. If you can show me any
I'm
point,
telling you right now. Listen.
I don't want you to tell me. I want you to give me your source first.
Right now, and then I'll give you the source.
I want you to give me your source. No. Give me your source and then give me the example. Why would I let you give me the example?
Go thank your donators. I'll get you the source. Go thank your donators.
I muted you so you can go get the source. I got this, Bub. I don't need you to tell me how to run the live. I literally got this. I got it. W's in the chat for Ansley for the 50 DK. I don't know what that currency is, but W's in the chat. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Ansley for the 50 DK that said, just watch the Dean's VOD from yesterday. Love Evil Santana. That was funny as shit. It's funny because I was watching the whole time and he and I was texting, and then he was like, let's run this play. And I was like, I got you. So W's in the chat for Ansley for that. W's in the chat for Tori. Holy fuck. Tori sent out 10 YouTube membership subscriptions. Fucking W's in the chat for Tori. Let's fucking go. W's in the chat for Tori. Thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Caden for the $1 donation saying, I have to be honest, Santana, I was rage baiting. Hayden, not Caden. Hayden, don't rage bait. I'll unmute your account, but seriously, like rage baiting isn't funny. Please stop. Rage baiting isn't funny, especially when you do it to the chat like it's harmful. Please don't do that. I'll unmute you, but please stop. W's in the chat for, thank you for the crane. For Michael, who sent a $2.80 donation saying, love the debates, new follower here. W's in the chat for you, Michael. Welcome to the community. And holy fucking shit. Massive fucking W's in the chat. Holy shit. Massive fucking W's in the chat for Tori. Tori sent a $500 donation. What in the fuck?
Do you want
a $500 donation. No, stop it. Holy fuck. Tori sent a $500 donation saying to help with the expenses for all the good that you do. Holy shit, Tori. Thank you so much. That is crazy. That's Tori, T-O-R-E-Y. T-O-R-E-Y. That's Tori, T-O-R-E-Y. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Tori. I want to see that going over and over and over and over and over nonstop. Holy fuck. Thank you so much for the $500 donation. For anyone who, first and foremost, that is crazy. That is crazy. That is humbling. Holy shit. Thank you. But for anyone wondering what she's talking about, I was just telling the people, like yesterday I was in communication with 2 members of Congress, and we are planning to do like some really good and really important work. And in real time, as we were just on the stream, I actually just got a reply back from one of the members of Congress, and we are super close to being able to like fucking do some shit. So like Tori, and I was saying, if anybody wants to support the things that we're doing, please consider donating. And I was thinking, people send $5, $10 or whatever, like nothing crazy. But Tori sent, holy shit, I'm like fucking tripping over myself. Tori sent a $500 donation, which is fucking insane. Massive W's in the chat for Tori. I want to see that going and going and going and going. Holy fuck, thank you. I'm at a loss for words. W's in the chat for Tori. If anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Massive W's for Tori, guys. All right, I'm sorry. You said you had the source. You were about to give me the source.
Yeah, so search for Hawaii distinction from Berkeley.
Give me the title again?
Hawaii.
Can you spell that for me?
HUA-YI distinction, Berkeley.
Berkeley, California. Okay. Oh, I put an O instead. I put a 0 instead of an O. Or something. I don't know what. Sorry, I'm a little thrown off. I apologize. All right. Let's see here. Okay. A massive W's in the chat for Tori's guy. I'm sorry. Keep it fucking going. Holy crap. Okay. Also, fucking W's in the chat for the hype train over on Twitch. Holy shit. There's a hype train. Project 454 sent out 5 subs over on Twitch. Holy shit. Project 454 also had 100 bits. And also, we hit a new sub goal. One Mighty Pen sent out 5 subs on Twitch. What the fuck is going on? Why are you guys being so nice today? You guys normally are mean and bully me. Why? Am I dying? Chat. Do you guys know something I don't know? Why is everybody being nice today? I don't know what the hell is happening. You guys are scaring me because you guys aren't normally this nice. What the fuck is happening? And W's in the chat for Ian for the 1,000 bits. That's fucking crazy. Manders for the 100 hype. One Mighty Pen sent out another sub. Ian sent out 1,000 bits. Project 545 sent out 350 cheers. Rachel became a sub. What the hell is happening? Okay, you guys better stop because I'm gonna think that like I'm gonna get some bad news from a doctor or something because ain't no fucking way. Fucking W's in the chat for Tori who sent a $10 super chat to say you're worth every penny, sir. You do amazing work. Holy shit, Tori. I'm not. I appreciate the hell out of you. That is fucking crazy. Thank you. And then thank you to JP for the 5 membership subscriptions sent over on YouTube super chat. Fucking W's in the chat for you guys. I'm not even joking. Seriously. I appreciate the hell out of you. I know I come on here and we do this every day and you guys always show a lot of love, kindness, and support. And I mean it when I say thank you, but like you guys are being extra kind today, and it really does. It makes it a lot easier to be able to do it on days like this one. This is not always easy. I don't understand your kindness. I don't understand your love. I don't understand your support. I'm just grateful for you. Holy fucking shit. But you guys got to stop because I'm going to start expecting like fucking a call from my doctor or something and say, hey, Santana, got some bad news. That's the only thing. Like, what the fuck? Sorry. All right. I apologize. I'm putting your source up on the screen. I got sidetracked. It's fucking crazy. All right. All right. I got the source on the screen. You can go ahead.
Yeah, read it. It says right there.
What specifically?
Just the first paragraph. Read the first paragraph.
Before the modern era of sovereign nation states, pilots around the world did not have strictly defined borders. So how empires think about boundaries of their powers and influence, or so how did empires think about the boundaries of their power and influence? Where was the political and cultural lines between us and them? That's the first paragraph.
Well, in the case of China, there was a long-standing concept.
So you meant the second contract, the second paragraph. That's what you meant.
Okay, keep going then.
Okay, so but you didn't mean the first paragraph. You meant the second
two
one.
categories. The
Okay, perfect. Hold on. I'll read that. Like you told me to read the first, and I did. In the case of China, there is a longstanding conceptual division of people into two categories. Hall, I think that's how you said, civilized Chinese, and Yi, barbarian foreign. Hall refers to people who are firmly within the Chinese political and cultural sphere. They were settled agriculturally and urban dwellers governed by Chinese bureaucracy, influenced by the confluence rates and values at the elite level, conservative in the classical China literature. Yi, by contrast, refers to people outside of the category. Conceptually, they were considered fully distinct from the Chinese and essentially ungovernable. But their particular reality was more than complicated than the Yi idea. What do you think this says?
Grouping people and getting people and grouping them into different categories.
Is it based off of phenotypical characteristics?
Why do you keep going back to that? That's what
because that's what race is.
Do you understand what you do? You understand
because
what you
that's
said?
What race is.
Do you remember what you
because
said?
That's yes.
He wrote that in order to justify what?
Chattel slavery.
Yeah. So in order to do that, he had to create propaganda to justify it. And what did that mean? That means
the propaganda
way.
was
that
based off of what?
Him in a certain way, calling
the
him
no. Stop. The propaganda is based on what?
Yeah, describing the people because they
based off of their phenotypical characteristics.
You just said propaganda.
Yes, based off of their phenotypical characteristics. Why do you keep ignoring that one?
Because you completely ignore you think that's the first time that people were separated into groups based on what they look like?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, it wasn't. That's the first time it was. That's the first time it was described in detail.
This information that you just gave me, there's a separation between people who are within the political structure and society versus the people that live outside of the political structure and society. Like this sounds like to me, on a basic level, the haves and the have-nots. That's what this looks like and sounds like to me. I need you to give me something that proves that Gomez Inez de Zurara was not the first person to utilize race based off of information showing people grouped with phenotypical characteristics. I've already acknowledged that prior to race, people were grouped based off of the nations, the tribes, hell, the religion. Those were things, but not based off those phenotypical characteristics. And you take a moment. Hey, shit turd, apropos name. You said, oh, Santana has a reading problem. Yes, I'm dyslexic. Would you like to talk about it?
Oh, I had no idea.
But you thought it was funny to actually engage in like ableism in the comments.
Ableism? I said someone who has a problem reading. There could be
you said, oh, Santana has a problem reading, but you thought that was funny to engage in.
Dyslexic.
Wait, no, it's not about knowing. Like it's about the intent behind something that you think. Like you immediately decided to actually go after something. But yeah, does it seem like I have a problem with comprehending?
I didn't say that.
Has my comprehension been any type of issue?
I didn't claim you had a problem with comprehending.
Yeah, you just decided to actually engage in ableism. That's fine. You just decided that you were going to engage in ableism because you thought it was funny, not understanding that it's not about the actual quote unquote reading out of whatever I'm saying specifically, but the comprehension as far as me being able to digest it. And at no point have I shown any issues with actually digesting and also processing any information that's given. So you can just go be ableist somewhere else. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, this doesn't prove what you say it proves.
It doesn't prove it.
No.
Do you know the story of Ham?
No, but if you're willing to go get a source, I'm willing to take a look at it. I don't want to hear just another random story.
Okay. Search for...
No, I'm not going to search for anything. You go get it and we'll put it on the screen. I'm not going to go on this wild goose chase.
I'm giving you
I
the
do
title.
have a couple of people
I'm giving you the title.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Rachel. Rachel sent a $5 donation saying, expect bad news when something goes right as a trauma response. Just try to be open to the universe, generosity, and all the good things you've done in return for you. Be blessed. Yeah, I understand that, Rachel. And I do, like, I said that kind of tongue in cheek, just because you guys are always like kind anyway. And, you know, you know what it really is, Rachel. And I genuinely mean this. I say this every single time, and it doesn't get old. I don't expect anything from anyone. Like, and you guys may not believe this, but my wife, management, she can vouch for me. Every single time that I hit go live, I never, ever, ever expect anyone to show up. Like, to this day, I get nervous thinking like no one's going to watch. And every single time I sit here and I wait to see if anyone starts watching. And every single time it's like a sigh of relief when someone shows up. And so I never expect anyone to watch. And the fact that like hundreds or thousands of people show up to listen to me yap is fucking mind blowing. So not only do I not expect people to show up, I don't expect people to like support me. And when people do like donate, the generosity is overwhelming because I know how hard things are right now. I know the position that a lot of people are in. I know like what's happening. And so when people actually donate their hard-earned money, even if it's $1, even if it's less than $1, like that's humbling because you could be doing something else with that. Like you could be doing anything else with that. So that's what it really is. You know, I said it tongue in cheek as far as saying like, you know, I'm expecting some bad stuff or whatever. Yeah, a little bit, but more than that, I don't expect the things that happen, and it blows me away any and every time something happens. Debbie's in the chat for Josie for the $2.12. Say, me and my husband are going through our fourth miscarriage. I'm sorry to hear that. Holy shit. You being here has brought me out from crying for 3 days straight. Well, I'm glad that you're not crying right now. Thank you, and thank you for making a better mom and wife with your education. Sorry, it's not. Again, Josiane, thank you for the $2.12. That's more than enough. That's super kind. Fucking thank you. I'm sorry to hear about what happened between you and your husband. I normally don't talk about this. I've only mentioned this one time before, but like I've been through that situation before. And I know how tough that is. So yeah, I empathize with you, and you know, hopefully you guys can turn the corner. Yeah, W's in the chat. W's in the chat as well for just Devin for the $2 super chat to say, just to counter all the niceness, tamales. God damn it. W's in the chat for David for the $2 euro to say, real recognize real, and you looking real familiar. Jay-Z. Hova. W's in the chat for Jasper for the $50 YouTube super chat to say, learn so much from you, Dean and Parker. Please keep up the good fight. You fucking know it. W's in the chat for Casper. I said Jasper. Casper. W's in the chat for Stephanie for the $10 donation. Say, you teach me something new every day. Thank you. I'm shocked. That doesn't sound accurate. And fucking W's in the chat for Ducky. Ducky sent a $50 donation, said you don't expect it, but you sure deserve every penny. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Much love. Thank you so much, Ducky. Holy fuck. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Guys, again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. 1.5 thousand people hanging out. Guys, look up here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Please, please, please hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. Please, please, please hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. It would mean the world to me, and I'll give you a virtual kiss. Please and thank you.
Search for this. Search for The Curse of Ham.
Okay, tell me the title and where it's located.
The Curse of Ham, how people of faith use the story of Genesis to justify slavery.
How people of faith, say it again, how people of faith
use the story in Genesis to justify slavery. And the website is theconversation.com.
Theconversation.com. All right. Oh shit. All right. Holy fuck. This is where we are now, guys. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. All right. All right. This is what we're doing.
Honestly, it's important I think for you to understand history before you start talking.
I think it's important for you. I think it's important for you to know when you're fucking wrong, bub. You're fucking wrong, and you still haven't done it. I don't care about your cope. I don't care about your cope. I think it's important for you to actually be able to cite a source to verify what you're saying. Now, before we get into this, which I'm already accepting the conversation.com to make sure that everyone knows the source that he is supposed to be giving me is that prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zerara, people were being categorized by their phenotypical characteristics, not by religion, nationality, tribes, anything like that, but based off of those phenotypical characteristics. That's what he's supposed to be proving. We're gonna put it on the screen. Let's see what happens. All right, got your source on the screen. Tell us what you're looking at. You're muted.
Okay, scroll down where it says curse to curse Buchanan.
Where? Like, tell me what paragraph.
Keep going down. Right there.
Here? Okay. What are we looking at?
Read that. Read the first part.
The last time you said read the first part, it wasn't the part that you wanted me to read.
The Anglican Church is not all alone. All mainstream Christian denominations were deeply involved in the slave trade, as were the main branches of Islam. How could it possibly be?
What do you think that does to prove your point?
Purposely dedicated to propagating the word of a compassionate and loving God to become so erratically, intricately involved in this evil, in this appalling evil? The answer is rooted in grotesque misuses of a very word of the Bible. Of the many ways the Christians have invoked the Bible to justify their action, none has exceeded the cruelty and willful ignorance, their appropriation of the curse of Ham to justify slavery. Ham, no relation, was the youngest son of the biblical patriarch Noah. When Ham saw his father drunk and naked, Noah felt so humiliated that he put a curse on Ham's son, Canaan, condemning his descendants to perpetual slavery.
Okay.
Here's a moment.
Okay. No. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Go down.
No. Stop right there. So far, can you admit that nothing that you've read yet talks about the grouping
I'm
of
describing.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Nothing that you've read so far speaks to the grouping of phenotypical characteristics which justifies race. Can we agree on that?
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Can we? Okay, perfect. So I just want to make sure that so far the source has not proven what you said that it was proof for. You want me to keep going down? Got it.
Okay, since the 15th century, religious leaders have cited the passage as the justification for the enslavement of all African people. For almost 500 years, priests taught their flocks that a Hebrew prophet had condemned millions of Africans to slavery because they were descended from Ham's son Canaan. The curse of Ham thus formed their core religious justification for the transatlantic slave trade. The curse of Ham entered Islamic, though in the 7th century, as a result of the influence of Christianity, and medieval Muslim scholars drew on the Noah's curse in their work.
Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Read this highlighted part again for me.
The curse of Ham thus formed the core of religious justification for the transatlantic slave trade.
What is the transatlantic slave trade?
What is it?
What is the transatlantic slave trade?
It's a slave trade of Africans.
What preceded the transatlantic slave trade? Go down. No. I'm saying what spurred on the transatlantic slave trade?
What do you mean what?
Gomez, Inez, de Zerara going to the Catholic Church and telling them that these black people were of the lower hemisphere, they were animalistic, hypersexual, and they needed to be civilized, and thus the publication of the 2 Papa Bulls. Your source is talking about the religious justification of chattel slavery, which was done by Gomez, Inez, de Zerara.
Yeah.
Sorry for getting loud,
like I
guys.
said, as propaganda. As propaganda.
Can you repeat to me one more time what the source was supposed to be doing?
To show you that people were grouped based on different on different things.
Nope.
Religious aspect.
Nope. Stop it. You're being disingenuous as fuck. I've said so many times that we're not talking about nationality, or the nations. We're not talking about religion. We're not talking about the tribes. I keep saying, give me a source that shows that people are grouped based off of phenotypical characteristics prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zerara. I'm sending you a request to come off mute. I just sent you a request to come. I need you to repeat after me. I need you to repeat after me. No. I don't want you to just say stuff. I want you just to repeat what I'm saying. Give me a source.
Yeah.
Repeat what I'm saying. Give me a source.
Okay, give me a source.
Based on
phenotypical traits.
No. Repeat what I'm saying. Give me a source.
Repeat what you're saying. Why am I going to repeat what you're saying? I know what you're asking.
Because obviously there's a breakdown. There's obviously a breakdown. No. I don't want you running. I don't want you trying to add other stuff in. I just need you to repeat the words that I'm saying. So please and thank you. I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. Repeat the words that I'm saying.
I asked you at the beginning.
I said I don't need you to say random shit. I just need you to repeat the things that I'm saying. Once you repeat this, then we can move forward.
Jesus.
Give me a source.
Listen, everyone in the chat, all you need to do is go look into the history.
Shut the fuck up. You're wrong, and you're so scared. I need you to repeat what I'm saying. I need you to repeat what I'm saying. You literally came up here and said that I'm wrong for citing Gomez, Inez, de Zerara because people were grouped based off of race prior to this, and then you proceed to give me sources that have nothing to do with the grouping of race. So what I need from you at this point is for you to either concede that you're wrong, or you can actually just admit that you weren't paying attention, and you can repeat what I'm saying. I don't care which one. Would you like to concede, or would you like to repeat what I'm saying? Which one?
Okay, so you want me to concede on history. That's what you're asking.
I want you to concede on the point that prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zerara, no one was grouped based off of phenotypical characteristics.
Can you say also that racism and race didn't start with Zerara?
No, because that's the point that I've been making. That's the point you've been trying to disprove. That's the thing that's the thing that you have been trying to get me. And I'm telling you, Gen X, do this. Do this.
Do you know?
Hold on. Stop. Just listen. Seriously, just listen. Just listen for a second. Just for a second.
Oh Lord, you are like the most like.
That's fine. I just need you to do this. Just repeat what I'm saying. Give me a source. Give me a source.
I don't understand why you're even asking me that. I know what you're asking.
I just want you to repeat what I'm saying. Give me a source.
Listen, you seem to think.
Give me a source.
Slavery
Give me a source.
just on that.
I'm gonna keep muting you if you say anything outside of what I'm saying. I need you to repeat.
Slave trade and racism.
Give me a source.
How am I going to be a source of something that where
I need you to repeat the words that I'm saying. At this point, you're out. You're literally
just one moment in time. That was just one moment.
Okay, that's fine. Stop. So we got Jared up here, and Jared's gonna actually talk to you. And like Jared is gonna stop for a second. I'm like, just stop. Jared's gonna actually talk to you. Jared used his tag me in, right, which is a feature of becoming a subscriber, super fan. All those are good things over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. And so Jared is actually gonna talk to you. 1 second here. Jared's gonna talk to you, right? And what we're gonna do, because sorry, I gotta pull this up. What we're gonna do is Jared's gonna talk to you, and I'm sure he is someone who is steeply based in religion. So I think the conversation may be around religion. So just to give you an FYI, I think he might want to actually dissect some of the information that you actually gave and how everything has stacked up. So just be prepared for that conversation. But I want to say this, because you and I have been going back and forth. You've been up here more than a few times.
Going back and forth. You are the one.
Can I just finish what I'm saying? I'm just going to finish what I'm saying, and I'm not going to mute you anymore. I promise. Let me just finish what I'm saying. I promise you I won't mute you anymore. Let me just finish. And then you and Jared can talk. This is like the third time you've been up here. And being that it's the third time that you've been up here and there's been no substance. And this time you've been not only unwilling to actually engage with providing any type of facts that prove your point, you're at the point where like you no longer
have one fact. You only have one source. That's it. At least I'm giving you.
And you have none. You have none. It's fine. It's fine. You and I don't. That's fine. You have none. You have no. Which one is bigger, 1 or 0? That's right. That's fine. You and I don't have to go in back and forth anymore. I'm going to let you talk to Jared, but FYI, I'm also going to put a bounty on you, and not just any bounty, because you've been wholly disingenuous this entire time. Not only do you have a bounty, but you have a permaban. So I'm just letting you know that if you don't actually engage in good faith with Jared, then the chat will permaban you. Guys, moving forward, if he engages in bad faith, then you'll have the option to permaban. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Sorry, YouTube, it has to go through the pay links. $250 permaban. Engage in good faith, or you will be permaban. Jared, floor is yours.
Thank you, Santana. Gex, I do want to, Santana did get it right. I do have a master's degree in theology and religion, but I also have a history degree specifically focused on American history, the slave trade, post-Reconstruction, and race relations. So steeped in all the studies that he's talked about. Santana already did a pretty awesome job of this, but I do want to convey the fact that the use of the curse of Ham was not predominantly used in America specifically until the 18th and 19th century by ministers like Iverson L. Brooks and others who were Baptist pastors after Gomez de Zerara had categorized people of certain skin colors and phenotypical attributes as not worthy, but determined to be of value to the slave trade. So for someone that has been saying that Santana doesn't know history, I would check your timelines and look at that. But also, if we want to talk about the horrible use of the curse of Ham, not only was it not Ham that was cursed. It was the Canaanites, and they were not cursing them because of the skin color, but because of their sin. But that's a whole other topic. But it seems like you were just grabbing at things to try to throw at.
No, my whole point is that Santana seems to think that racism is just based on physical. He seems to think that slavery is just based on physical when it's not.
I never said slavery was based on physical. I said the construction. I said the construction of race is based off of phenotypical characteristics. It justified chattel slavery. I never said that slavery did not happen prior to.
Way before that,
I never said you have not proven any point of actual slavery being based off of race prior to the creation of race. That's the point that you've missed out on.
Because it's never been only about race. It's always been. It's been.
When did I say that it was only about race?
You keep saying phenotypical traits.
That's exactly what race is.
But that's your only source that you have for saying that racism exists. We haven't even talked about racism exists. The only thing that we've talked about is the construct of race. Like, we haven't even talked about racism. The only thing we've talked about is the construct of. No, I blame Gomez Inez de Zurara for creating race, which was created for racism. And that's a fact. FYI, guys, if we have a bounty on him, a permaban bounty, and so far we're at 25 of the 250 permaban. If anyone would like to actually add to that, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Go ahead, Jared. Saying that racism is all about physical traits and phenotypical traits, but it's not.
You haven't even met the threshold to have the conversation about racism. Like you haven't met the threshold to talk about racism. Go ahead, Jared.
Racism and race is an absolute social construct that has been created to divide based on phenotypical attributes. Yes, it was.
When was that construct created?
Why is your sentence starting before mine finishes?
When was it created?
By Gomez de Zurara in the mid 16th century. Prior to that, it was predominantly tribalism, slave trade, or so any slaves.
What do they call it?
I just said tribalism.
Okay, so what was before that? What did the Chinese call it before that?
Slave. There is prejudice based. Hey, how about you let me answer the question?
Yeah, I got you, Jared. Go ahead and answer your question.
So prior to the creation and categorization by Gomez de Zurara, a lot of slavery was based on occupation, imperialism, colonialism. And if we want to go to the biblical sense, I think if we want to, I'm going to agree that all slavery is bad. There was mostly slave trade or slavery based on dominance of a nation. And even in that sense, many would free their slaves after a certain amount of time, but it was never based off of phenotypical attributes.
Do you know what propaganda is?
Yes, I studied the 1940, rise.
So you understand the propaganda is a way to twist things in a way so it makes something look a certain way, right?
Gen X Pulse or whatever. Why do you keep only speaking on propaganda while not talking about how
because you
the propaganda? Can I finish my question? Can I finish my question? Why do you keep talking about only propaganda while not talking about the things that were used to perpetuate the propaganda?
Why did
can you answer that question? Can you answer that question? Can you answer that question? Can you answer that question?
This is the whole point. You're ignoring the whole context of the conversation. Why was Zurara hired by the prince?
I guess we'll never know because you just got fucking permaban. I'm sorry, Jared. I tried to let you have the conversation with him. Like that was
You're
so
fine,
fucked.
Dude.
That was so
You're
fine.
Fucked. There's been worse.
Oh my God. It's not because it's like the whole thing was, right? It's not that he like wasn't getting it or there were like holes in his logic or anything like that. It was the fact that he was willfully being disingenuous. Like he was being disingenuous. Like if for you to sit here and actually leave out this entire point in order to try to make your justification and then try to say something that was never said, like it's fucking crazy. But Jared, thank you for coming up. Thank you for using your tag me in.
No problem. I just find it funny that someone that was screaming propaganda acted like someone that is steeped in propaganda.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate you.
No problem. You have a good day.
As well. W's in the chat for the chat. I'm going to read out the thank yous here in just a moment, but fucking W's in the chat for the chat because, like I said, one, they don't fucking play. But two, like this guy's been up here multiple times and not even going to hold you. Like I can feel, yeah, I was over it. Sorry, chat. Sorry, I'm going to bring it down. I apologize for the yelling. I know that I got really loud at certain times and that is not good for people who are wearing earbuds. I'm so sorry for the yelling. I'm so sorry for the excessive cursing and kind of losing my cool. That pushed me in multiple points. So I apologize to you guys. Only request up. If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, we're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. He said you would have yelled too. Oh, I felt my not just my cortisol spiking, but like I felt my blood pressure rising. Like no lie, I could feel my blood pressure rising because I was physically getting hot. Like that was fucking crazy. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I don't know if this person is going to load. There were some people that joined over on YouTube, but they left before we could get to them. So there's that. All right, I'm gonna drop you. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. How did you come back to the debate?
Oh, you got me on? My bad. I'm driving.
Okay, that's fine. Did you come back to debate?
Yeah. I think this racist agenda came before the mid 1500s. You know, you could read the Bible, and a lot of people historically don't actually know how old the Bible is. But we could get into that on a different debate. In the Song of Solomon 1:5-6, there's a woman describing, "Do not stare because I am dark, for the sun has gazed upon me." She was working out in the vineyards. Do not stare because I'm dark. Apologize, the Bluetooth kicked over. But why would someone stare at her because she was dark?
Does that talk about the actual social construct that we know as race?
Well, if someone's describing in the Bible that it's a bad thing to be dark, do not stare at me, that means that they were staring at darker skin complected peoples.
I've never said that.
Bible.
I never said that people with different. I never said that people with different phenotypical characteristics did not exist prior to Gomez, Inez de Zurara. What I've said is prior to Gomez, Inez de Zurara, there was no one who categorized people based off of those phenotypical characteristics. So if you want to like have this conversation, I'm willing to engage in this conversation, but I will give you the same litmus test that I just gave the last guy, which is, can you provide any source that proves that prior to Gomez, Inez, de Zurara, that people were categorized based off of their phenotypical characteristics, which is the social construct that race is based off of. Can you give me any source that shows that that was happening prior? Like, we didn't even talk about slavery. He started talking about slavery. I admit that there was slavery prior to chattel slavery, prior to race. That wasn't the thing. I've never said that like different people with different phenotypical characteristics did not exist prior to that. What I'm saying is there is no actual prior documentation showing that that existed. And I'll give you a minute. I got a couple of people to thank you.
So the phenotype is go ahead.
I'll give you a couple of minutes to think about it. I got a couple of people to thank, and then we can get into it. Either, you know, if you have a source or like whatever, but just give me just a few moments. I'm gonna mute you just for a moment, okay? Okay. Let's start over on YouTube. W's in the chat for sharing for the $9.99 super chat to say, I bet I speak for many when I say every morning I say, yay, Santana's on. Really? It's become a part of my morning routine. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, friend. Holy fuck. Thank you. W's in the chat for fifth mark for the $4.99 super chat to say, I'm not sure what's going on either, but I'm not getting left out. W's in the chat for clips for the $10 super chat to say, my ancestors were from the Lebo tribe in West Africa. There was slavery based off of war between tribes, and the Lebos were slaved to the Efke people after losing the war back in the 19th century. Exactly, like that happened. Like there was slavery based off of war and tribes. There was slavery based off of a lot of different things. There just wasn't slavery based off of like the phenotypical characteristics. These all came in before the actual permaban. W's in the chat for Melissa for the $5 donation saying, thank you for talking about dyslexia. My daughter struggles with it sometime in dyslexia and is told that she's, yeah, and thank you for not saying the ableist word. We need to talk about it. Yeah, I think that, you know, it's easy to make fun of people. And I think the less that we know about a lot of things, it's a lot easier to make fun of them. But once we actually start to normalize and talk about a lot of the things that a lot of people deal with, especially when it comes to certain disabilities or whatever the case may be, then it becomes not only socially acceptable, but people can actually grow past that. So that's a big thing. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Miss Torres for the $5 donation saying, my dream would be to see you and AOC and Jasper Crockett to be able to have an open discussion here with all of us, because they both are so underrated and deserve so much more focus than what they get. Here's towards helping towards the expense. First and foremost, W's in the chat for Ms. Torres. She is donating based off of the fact that I told you we've got some really cool shit coming up. We are in conversation with a couple of members of Congress to do like some really dope shit. And that's what Ms. Torres is supporting. I will say that it's not AOC or Jasmine Crockett that I'm in communications with. They're not their teams, but they're on my list. So hopefully I can do something with both of them as well, because yes, I completely agree. W's in chat for Tabitha for the $10 donation, sending this because you're wrong. You deserve it. Thank you for speaking up every day. Thank you so much, Tabitha. Like, nope, I'm still not going to take it. Nah, I don't think I'm wrong in this case. W's in chat for David for the $5 donation saying, Sierra here. My fiance David and I watch you regularly. I make content and get hate from the right. Also live in a red state. Some days I feel crazy, but listening to you dog walk these people keep me going. They're so confidently wrong. Thank you for what you're doing. Like, yeah, like I get confidence, but man, like make sure that it's based in some actual like knowledge. W's in chat for J Hop. What up, J Hops? Who sent a $5 donation? Said roses are red, violets are blue. Debunk. Guessed. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Bethany. Bethany sent a $25 donation saying, good morning, Santana. Thank you for all that you do. I look forward to listening to you every day. I'm always learning new things and the ways to be a better person. Keep doing what you're doing. Love you. I love you so much more. And like, I think you guys give me way too much credit, if I'm going to be honest. Like, no joke. I think you guys give me way too much credit. Like, seriously, I truly mean that. W's in the chat for test. This is when the permaban started to go into effect. Tess sent a $25 donation towards the permaban and said, tired of hearing this yap on YouTube. Thank you, ban. I know that's right. And then that was followed up with Tori, who said, fuck this guy, because Tori sent $300. Fucking $300 and said, sure was planning on sending more anyway. This man can't talk without interrupting. God damn. W's in the chat for Tori. That's Torey. Tori. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Tori for the $300 to say, just fuck this guy. Tori does not play. When I tell you Tori does not play, Tori does not play. Holy shit. Also, this came after afterwards where I want to say it's Astachio. You said it's okay to butcher my name, Santana. My name is it's okay to butcher my name, Smite Santana, as long as you smile. I'm sure you mean to smile because there's a T, but you meant L. Smile. This guest would be good. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the two, and I try really hard not to mess up people's names. And last but not least, guys, W's in chat for Marie for the $5 donation. Saying, oh, you definitely have what the dog. You definitely have to do what the dog do designs on the way, drawing it now. Fucking, hey, what the dog do, chat? Chat, what the dog do? Guys, W's in chat for all the donos. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, shit turd. Floor is yours. Do you have any type of evidence to prove that prior to Gomez, Inez de Zarara, that the categorization, there was a categorization of race, which was the phenotypical characteristics? I sent you a request to come off mute. I sent you a request to come off mute. What the dog do, chat? Can't hear you. Your signal's really bad. Do 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 do. Let's see. Sounds like you're back. I'm sorry, I was looking. You're breaking up really bad.
All good. Yeah. No, I hopefully it's better now. Yeah, the source that I was citing that Bible verse from is a book called The White Man Who Wrote the Bible by Dr. Amaru G. Ali. He has the Arna Tribal Government. You can find the book at arnagovernment.org.
Right, but wait. I mean, do you understand? Do you understand what we're looking for, though? Right?
Yeah, you're trying to describe when phenotypes were used to discount certain groups of people in a racist sort of way.
No. I'm just trying to look for any example of phenotypes being the basis of categorization prior to Gomez, Inez de Zarara.
And how break down the categories. This is just black versus white sort of thing.
There's 5 current categories of race that we utilize today, but just any evidence of the categorization being used by phenotypes prior to Gomez, Inez de Zarara.
And I was stating that in the Bible, they're black native trait.
You're breaking up again.
Comes before.
You're breaking up again. I didn't hear what you're saying. You're breaking up again.
I was saying that the Bible
this is really bad.
About dark-complected people.
This is like really
that's
bad.
That's a social construct.
Shit turd, like when I tell you your signal is really bad.
My connection or what thing?
Yeah, I can't hear you. Like every other word is broken up. You sound like a robot.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to drop you down. If you get a better signal, feel free to come back and we can finish the conversation. I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand. Again, I'm not actually saying that those phenotypical characteristics did not exist prior to Gomez, Inez de Zurara. I'm just saying that people weren't categorized by that prior to Gomez, Inez de Zurara. What up, Peach? Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Jerry, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I just had a question about the white men. This is something I've probably been talking about longer than you've been on TikTok. But I've been thinking recently about maybe narrowing down the whole white men issue. What do you think about narrowing it to white straight men? And I've been thinking about it more recently just because, you know, in the upcoming presidential race, it seems pretty likely that somebody like Pete Buttigieg might throw his hat in the race. So I've just been considering that. So what do you think about white straight men as opposed to white men in general?
I think being a cishet white man does not absolve you from being a white man. So even looking within intersectionality, understanding that there is a difference with the patriarchal system as far as how you know, gay white men may be viewed versus like being a cishet white man. You still have a higher placing within the patriarchal system than women, Black people, people with disabilities, all of those other things. So while the additional intersex may change your standing within a certain category, it does not absolve you from the benefits of said category.
So would you also include trans men in that category?
Yes, trans men are men, yes.
Interesting. So you would not vote for a trans white man?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so what are you saying then?
I mean, that has nothing to do with what's on my background. If you're talking about like something I had a while ago when I said remove white men from power, then yeah, if there was a trans white man in power within the government, then yes, I was advocating for removing that trans white man from power as well. But like that has nothing to do with the premise as far as like should we or should we not extend those privileges to the people that belong into that group, even though they have other intersex. It doesn't remove their whiteness. It doesn't remove the privilege as far as being a man, even if they have, you know, a disability, even if they are gay or anything like that. Yeah, it may shift their position within that category, but within the patriarchal system, they still fall at the top.
Okay, I'm not really prepared to debate that because I'd have to think about that.
Sure, but give it a second
unsure.
then. That's fine. I think Peach came up and Peach wanted to talk to you. Peach, I'm so happy that you finally got to change your name back.
I know. I'm my regular self again. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I got a bit of a headache. They've been exhausting this morning, Peach. Like seriously exhausting. My head is actually hurting.
Couple weeks it feels like. Well, make sure you get your water and take your break when you're ready. I gotcha. Oh, look at your little jug. It's so big.
Yeah, my wife got this for me. She's the best. Like she gets all the cool shit. So this is like, this holds a gallon and this is like it keeps my water super cold. Like I can put ice water in it and it'll stay cold for like 3 days. It's crazy.
Really?
She's awesome. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my God, tell management I need to know the brand because Chicken's always complaining about his cup.
I was about to say, I'll let you know. I have no idea where she got it from. I don't know. Like cool shit just shows up. I mean, I don't really know much about anything else. I just know cool shit shows up all the time.
I love it. That's one of the perks of being married. We will find you some good shit. Yeah. I just came up because I thought it was interesting that Jerry randomly brought up trans people. And so I think what's most interesting to me, Jerry, is that you've already started why your initial question was a problem, because you're starting to fragment men as a demographic. Which first you're going to say, oh, well, they're gay, so they don't really count. And then you say, oh, well, they're trans, so they don't really count. And then is it going to be, oh, well, he's, from an older generation, so they don't know as much, so they don't really count. And then, well, he's from a younger generation, and they are dealing with COVID, and they're dealing with X, Y, and Z, so they don't really count. And how many more ways are you going to narrow it down until, number one, you don't really count, so you get to other yourself. You get to not need to take responsibility for your culture, for the culture that you're a part of, and that you receive the benefits of every single day, right? Whether you're gay, straight, older, younger, fat, skinny, tall, short, it doesn't matter. You know that you live with a certain amount of privilege afforded to you because of your skin and your gender, correct?
Let me explain, Peach, because I think you came in maybe after I had initially asked the question. So
Peach was here the whole time.
Oh, okay. Right. So the whole reason that I originally came up was because for years now, I basically have only tried to vote for. Basically, I don't vote for white men. I mean, that's basically been my bottom line, like, unless that's the only option, especially when it comes to things like judges. I mean, I basically, only vote for women or people of color if it's at all possible. That's been, just the way I've voted. And in the upcoming presidential election, I'm looking at who might be running, and I see that Pete Buttigieg is a possible option. And I do like him. I like his policies, and I've liked him for years. And so I started thinking, well, is that, a possible way of breaking, the way I've been thinking, like, should I consider him because, he is a gay white man? And so I've just been thinking about, well, is that a consideration? And so that's why I came up, just to sort of question that and just see what Santana's thoughts are, because I do respect his thoughts. So that's just where they came from.
I'm glad that you respect Santana. My question is why you brought up trans people, because it wasn't good enough for you just to say gay and talk about Pete Buttigieg. And Pete Buttigieg is not going. If he runs for president, it's going to be a waste of his money and our time. So let's keep it a beam right there. My point is, why did you bring up trans men?
Oh, because when I was thinking about coming up here, I was thinking about the gay white man issue, and then I was looking at men, and then I was like, oh, well, what about trans? I was just it was just something that came to my mind. I was like, oh, well, what about trans men? I wonder what Santana thinks about trans men. It was just something. I mean, I wasn't thinking.
Yeah, so it was just you tokenizing an entire community to be able to use them as a cudgel to make a point. And then to pussyfoot around the subject and say you're not ready to discuss that. Well, if you're not ready to discuss it, why would you bring it up? Because I'm gonna tell you, that's my community, and I don't play about it. And I don't play about my whole community being used as a cudgel for a white man to somehow justify voting for a white man. Because when you say, oh, I only vote for women and I only vote for people of color if it's possible, we know that the overwhelming majority, the lion's share, I'm talking about 90% of our representation that can be elected is white men. So that tells me who you've been voting for anyway. So if you want to play in somebody's face and talk about how you don't vote for anybody who's not a person of color or not a woman or not a combination of marginalized identities, then you can just say, I don't vote at all. But I don't think you don't vote, because you're very concerned about this. And
Whoa.
Hey, something wrong? Got your feelings hurt?
No, I mean, have you seen my ballots? I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm not lying here. That is really unfair. I mean, I live in California, and I have a lot of options, and I'm telling you the truth. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's absolutely the way I've been voting. As I said, unless there's not an option. I mean, when Biden was running, I voted for Biden because that was my option.
So you did vote for a white man?
I did. As I said, unless there's no other option.
So you will vote for a white man. That's my point. That's my point right there.
When there's a two-party system.
Jerry, let Peach finish what they're saying.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's so funny that you have so much respect for Santana and the way Santana thinks, that you weren't interrupting him. But as soon as I say something that's remotely challenging to you, Because you tokenized my community to make your selfish point, now you're going to talk over me and ask me if I've seen your ballot. I don't know you and you don't know me. And for those of y'all in the chat who think I'm doing too much, you can drop, because if I was doing too much, Santana would ask me to leave. Who said that? Yeah, life is life. Santana would ask me to leave. So boom, if y'all don't like listening to Black femme presenting people talking, this is not going to be the moment for you. You're not going to like this, because I'm going to say what I have to say. The point is, Jerry.
Oh, I got it. Life is life. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
Life is life. Yeah. You can go ahead and sit in the corner. All good. Go ahead, Peach.
Yeah. So Jerry, what I'm saying is, when you're starting to try and find this line of where should I be at, what should I be at, that is dangerous, because then you can use that same line to exclude people. So the line that you're using to try to include people, you are going to end up using that same line to exclude people. The opposite of include is to exclude. Does that make sense?
Yes, no, I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I'm not trying to defend what I was saying. Just to explain, it was just something thrown out there. I wasn't saying it in the sense of, oh, this is what I think or believe. I was just simply throwing it out as something to discuss. It wasn't like I was. It was just like playing devil's advocate, throwing it out there. I wasn't thinking of it in the sense of, this is something of
actual humans whose lives matter and can be affected by conversations like this.
I'm sorry, I didn't think of it that far ahead. It was just something to throw out there, and I apologize if I offended anybody by that statement. It was just.
It's not about offense. It's about damage, and it's about violence. It's about the fact that when you said, well, what about a trans man? What about a trans man? As if trans men do not qualify as men. So there you are, just casually throwing out vile transphobia, dehumanizing people and taking away from their gender identity and the way that they exist as a community and as a group. And I'm saying that if you give a damn about my opinion, I don't know why you would, but I will tell you and everyone else listening that when you wield the kind of power you wield in the system that we live under, which is white supremacy and patriarchy, you need to understand that your words carry weight. So you just decided to tell over 1,000 people that trans men aren't men, according to you, because you use that as sort of a gotcha question to Santana, including when Santana answered trans men are men, you said, oh, like you were surprised. Yeah, we're the LGBTQIA plus community isn't here for you to pick up like I don't know, a toy and wave around and say, oh, I'm just trying to be devil's advocate. Why don't you advocate with the devil? Because that using a whole community of people, especially painting them as one homogenous community, right? LGBTQIA plus, that's a whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of different lives. And you are limiting them down to an example that you can use in a conversation because you want to get Santana opinion. That just is very dehumanizing, and this is frankly violent, and frankly it's vile in my opinion. So I just came up because I am a gender expansive person and I don't play around with my community, and I really dislike when people use my community as a talking point or something like that. So
just to clarify, I did not mean that trans men were not men. I don't even want to say what my thought process was, because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I absolutely do believe trans men are men and trans women are women. So just.
Hey, I'm sorry. Am I crazy, Santana? Did you not say because trans men are men and he said, oh.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Okay. Just saying, you're not going to gaslight me. You're not going to gaslight me. I appreciate you, man.
Would you mind if I say something really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is what I'll say, Jerry, because a lot of people don't understand where Peach is coming from. And like, I talk to people all the time about this on and off the app. And when you talk about like the queer community, there's even a quote unquote hierarchy within the queer community. And that's why you see like being gay is acceptable. You see being lesbian as being, fetishized. You see people who are bisexual as being quote unquote confused. Like, but then when you talk about trans people, more people like vilify them, and even within the queer community, they're invalidated and vilified as well. And when it comes to where we are currently, and you sound like you're someone that's politically aware, right? I get it, and which is awesome. But you have to also understand the way that transgender people have been politicized, specifically by the current administration, and how they have demonized and weaponized the existence of trans people in order to justify their identity politics, instead of actually like having to deal with the real world things that we're facing. And so when these conversations come up and we're talking about other things, and then it always reverts back to like trans people, the point that Peach was making is it's violence because you're putting those people in danger by centering them in things where either they shouldn't be separated or there's no need to actually center them. Like this is something that's strategically happening. And so I tell people all the time, even some of my friends that, you know, are on the app as well, who often want to speak for the trans community, like they do this. And I'm saying like, hey, you politicizing the identity of trans people is harmful because you're putting their life at risk. So like, even when I talk about certain things, like I don't let people, I don't believe in debating human rights. Like that's not a thing for me. And so I don't let people debate me on whether or not like trans people have the right to exist. Like that's something I refuse to engage in. And then even when I get to the point, people are like, oh, you don't want to debate me on that topic because you know you're wrong, or you know I would win, and all this other shit. Like I don't debate like human life. That's why I don't debate abortion. I refuse to do that because like the trans community is in danger. Currently, this administration is targeting the trans community around the world. Their entire existence is being invalidated. This is not just something specific to the U.S. Around the world, trans people existence is being invalidated on a mass scale. And like us bringing them up in certain topics as a talking point or centering them where there's no need for it to happen is violence, because it brings more danger to them. And like that's something, and while I'm more than happy to like call those things out, I am even more so happy to amplify those voices of the people that are part of that community that say those things way better than me. I think it's super important to hear Peach when they speak, like internalize what Peach is trying to communicate, and understand that their passion is based in their lived reality. This is not personal to you. This is literally based off of Peach lived reality. Anyway, thank you for giving me a moment, Peach.
Yeah, no, I thought, I'm good. I knew the smoke that I was going to get when I came up here, because I know what I look like. And I know that being a fat, dark-skinned, Black person who looks like a woman and sounds like a woman, I know what I'm going to get. And I know what I'm going to hear.
But you know, we don't play that up here. You know how we do, yeah. Peach.
And I appreciate, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you always, and all the mods and all my buddies in here, that we all make such an effort to make safe places for people to share and educate and talk. I just, and so Jerry, by the way, Jerry, I totally understand your response. I knew that it was coming before I said it. I fully understand, even finding a little bit of safety in Santana. This is not today's discussion, so I'm not going to get into the reasons why. I just want you to know that I see you, and I hear you, and I recognize the things that are almost being required of you because of the system that we live under. I just want to let you know that trying to utilize trans identity or gay identity as some sort of way for you to expand your consideration of potential electorates that you may or may not vote for, that is not it. I don't know how else to say that to you. That's not it. What you need to do is, if you said that you vote a lot, because you said you should see my ballots, things like that. You said you vote a lot. So then, are you voting for everyone's best interest, or are you just voting for your own? Are you voting for policies and for politicians who are at least going to attempt to do work to make people safer and make communities healthier and stop contributing to oligarchies and protecting predators? Is that what you're doing? Because I'm not sure why you would need to point to some pieces of someone's identity versus voting for people whose track record shows that they're going to do what they said, which is help people. You see what I'm saying? And so I have no umbrage with Jerry whatsoever. The misogynoir in the chat is fully expected. And by the way, I did say that I am fat. Fat is not a bad word. Fat is not an ableist word. Fat is a descriptor. So if I say Santana is tall, ain't none of y'all gonna tell me not to say Santana is tall. Ain't none of y'all gonna tell me I was being ableist because I say Santana is tall. The same thing goes with that. Okay, so we have that. But Jerry, do you understand what I'm saying and why I find it problematic that you would bring up trans people and gay people the way that you do?
100%, and I totally appreciate the education because, and I totally understand where I was wrong in that, you know, like I was looking at it like oh, this would be a plus as opposed to like I should not even separate. It should just be all like one and the same. And I understand that now. And so I absolutely appreciate the education, and I will do better going forward. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, right. Take it. I appreciate you hearing me out, and Santana, I appreciate you letting me up. I'm gonna drop because my phone is fine, but we really need to talk about how often trans and gay folks are used in conversations where it's not necessary, and how that's negatively impacting us. Because we are going through a genocide in America right now of trans people, and we are going through legislation that is legislating our right to even be outside. I don't know if y'all know and have been keeping up, but Ohio just passed a law. Kansas is considering the law. Missouri is considering the law that makes it a felony for you to go outside appearing different than the gender you were assigned at birth. So that means if you go outside and somebody thinks that you are not, quote unquote, a woman, they can call the police on you. You can end up in prison. In Ohio, you can end up with a life sentence for this. We are going through so much. And so it's necessary in these conversations where we're talking about what America cares about to make sure that we're caring about and actively protecting communities that definitely need it at this point. Yep. So I appreciate you. And thank you for listening, Jerry. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you too.
All right. Well, Peach, Jerry, thank you both for coming up. I appreciate the hell out of both of you. All right. So I've been muting people in the comments, and I think it's important for people to understand why I'm muting people, and we're going to dig into that in a second. But what I want to do, I'm sending you a request to come off mute. The Black Loud House family, you made a comment in the chat. You said sometimes it seems like you said you appreciate the space, but sometimes it seems like opinions aren't welcome. Yes. Am I miscategorizing what you're saying?
No.
Would you like to explain that even more?
Yes. So let me just say this. I am a huge fan. I watch you every single day. I look forward to your lives. I'm a type of person that I sit back and I just listen. I really don't comment or different things like that. But like for me with Jerry, I feel like what he was saying, I do believe that he did. I do believe everything that he was saying. I do believe he probably misspoke, but I do believe that coming at him in the way that she came at him, and did she feel like that's how she wanted to come at him? Okay, but I feel like the way she came at him.
Just FYI, not she, they.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, the way that he was saying, no, I didn't mean it like that. No, I didn't mean it like that. And she's like, yes, you did. You probably didn't vote.
You keep saying she.
Okay,
I keep saying they.
I'm sorry. The way that they were saying, he was basically continuously saying, you're misunderstanding me, and I feel like I was like, no, like he's saying that you guys misunderstood, like maybe he is, like if someone says I do try to vote for this way, I do try to vote this way, she's like, no, I don't believe you. I just feel like I'm like, well, maybe he is telling the truth. Like, I don't know, I try to look like, don't get me wrong, I am a Democrat to the core, I am anti-MAGA. But I do feel like there are people, white people, I feel like there are white people that he might be telling the truth. And I feel like when you approach him and you're just like, dig, that he doesn't have to come up here and say, I do try to vote for, I do try to vote for women. I do try to vote for people. He doesn't have to come up here and say that. So when a person is being vulnerable and coming into a space and they're being vulnerable and they're constantly being attacked, and he's like, no, but this is what I meant, or no, I do feel like I didn't want to comment and be like, well, maybe he was telling the truth, because I didn't want to be like, well, let me just block you, or I'm like, no, don't block me, because I really look forward to your lives, and I don't want to be punished for, like, you know.
Let me stop you for a second.
Okay.
So you said a lot.
Okay.
The first couple of things I want to make sure that I address is, this person is definitely getting blocked though. I don't understand how he got unblocked. He probably made a new account just so he could come and watch me. Anywho, the first thing, and Peach, I see you. Give me a second. The first thing I want to speak to is the fact that while I appreciate you being here, not a fan. Like, the fan thing is always a little weird to me. I think we're a community, and I think as a part of being a community, we have to actively work to grow and be better. The most interesting thing about my community is the spectrum of people who are part of our community. We have people here who are liberals, Democrats. We have people who are progressive. We have people that are socialists. We have people that are communists. We have people who are religious. We have people that are agnostics. We have people that are atheists. We have a wide range of people within the community. And so, understanding that someone isn't quote unquote MAGA, I think that's a baseline. That's a entry into the community just because of what they believe in. But the most important thing, and I know I'm debating right now, and I try to make sure that I engage this in my debates, but we do this a lot on late nights as well, is we talk about the complexity within not just politics, but within life, within reality. And understanding that saying, oh, I'm not MAGA is not the key to understanding what we're dealing with. I always talk about intersectionality, and I always try to amplify the voices of those other communities. And I think that's something that's super important. And so understanding, those other communities' voices matter. And two, this is something that I think Black people deal with a lot. They experience racism, and then people, the way they respond in a certain way towards racism, and then people say, oh, well, you didn't have to say that. You didn't have to do that. And I quite often say, you don't get to dictate to Black people how they respond to racism. Okay, perfect. I'm glad you agree. That applies for every other marginalized communities. You don't get to tell people with disabilities how they respond to people engaging in ableism. You don't get to tell people within the trans community how they respond to transphobia. That's the thing that we have to keep in mind. And so Peach's response was a response to something that directly not only affect their community, but it affects the actual life and live reality of trans people that they're living with today. I understand that, there are quote unquote good ones, but a part of being a quote unquote good one is being receptive to correction and feedback. And I say this all the time, I am quite often wrong. And when I'm quite often wrong, I people correct me and they tell me hey, don't say that, don't do that. And I sit back and I say, okay, won't say that. One of my favorite words to say used to be calling people the B word, right? And then I realized I was told by my wife and others, that's extremely misogynistic and you shouldn't engage in that. Even though I'd never call women that, it was always men. I would always call men the B word. And then once I was taught how harmful that is to women, I said, all right, I'll take that out of my lexicon. And not just online, but in person, I try to make sure that I never say it. I'm not perfect, right? I slip up every once in a while and I apologize when I do. And I try to be intentful as far as how I use my word, understanding how it impacts those other marginalized communities. But the big thing that I really want to get across is just because someone is quote unquote on our side does not absolve them from accountability, right? I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand. Accountability within community is important because if you don't, then like shit just starts to slide and things become worse. There's nothing, no one's calling for people to be canceled or cast out or anything like that, but people are calling for accountability and change. And I think that's super important, right? And in my opinion, the way that Jerry responded at the end was accountability, and then hopefully that accountability fosters change. Now, what I do want to do as well, though, because I don't want to necessarily speak for anyone, Peach did request back up, so I do want to give Peach the floor.
Yeah, I just came back so this person could speak directly to me. I don't like being characterized as having attacked anyone or come at anyone or behaved in some way that was opposite of fostering growth. And in fact, I believe, now y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe the man said he appreciated me right before he dropped. I believe the man said that he understood that he hadn't thought about it, but now that he did, he understood. I believe he said that before he dropped. So he didn't feel what you felt, but you must have felt something. So I wanted to give you a chance to talk to me about it.
Yeah. So the reason why I was saying the way that I said, he did eventually say that at the end of the conversation, but during your conversation, he repeatedly kept saying, let me explain. Let me try to get what you were, he was trying to correct you in the middle of you telling him, well, I don't believe you. He said, well, I did vote that. You're like, well, I don't believe you. He was like, well, I can't prove my thing.
I didn't believe anybody. I never said I didn't believe anybody. Those words did not come out of my mouth. I didn't say I don't believe you.
When he said, no, I'm saying when he said that he voted for majority women or he voted for people of color, you said, I don't believe you. And he said, well, I can't prove it. Okay.
I said,
ma'am, I'm not, okay. Oh, sorry. I'm not going to
call me ma'am.
I apologize. I'm not trying to misgender you.
One second. Like you and I were sitting here talking calmly. Peach has been the same way. Please extend the same respect that you've been giving me to Peach. Like that would be much appreciated. Like seriously, Peach hasn't like caused any response that would solicit like yelling or anything like that. Like Peach has been very calm and you've been super respectful to me. And Peach, if you enjoy being a part of the community, we want you here. I like the fact that you like, and so I know you know how I feel about my mutuals that I platform all the time. So please extend that same respect that you would to me, to my mutuals, to my mods, all this other stuff. So let's bring it down and try to have this conversation. I think it's important. And, please try to engage and hear what Peach is saying. Sorry, Peach, floor is yours. I'm going to unmute you, but please wait until Peach finishes.
Thank you. So what I said was that if he only voted for women and people of color, then he must not vote much, because we know that the majority of people, of our elected officials, are white men. That's what I said. And I don't, all of y'all critiquing me, I wish that we were at a place where people could understand the level of misogynoir that's being directed specifically at me, but that's not for today, for me to address for today. I will fully apologize and take responsibility if it sounded like I said, I don't believe you. I don't remember saying I don't believe you. So if I said it, I apologize. I apologize for.
You're fine. Let me stop your apology right there, Peach. Let me stop your apology. This is for the chat. Because I've been looking at the people in the chat, and I'm muting the people in the chat specifically because what you're doing right now does not speak to who we are as a community. And if you're new here, then my opinion is that you sit back, stop yapping, and listen and learn. If you have been here for a while, then you should know better. I don't know what the fuck you guys have going on in the chat right now, but cut the shit. I truly mean that. The most disappointing thing that I'm seeing right now is I keep looking at the people and I keep seeing follow back, meaning that these people who are making these comments are people that are supposed to be a part of our community. If you haven't learned enough yet, sure, fine, take a seat, listen and learn, stop commenting. But if you continue to engage in misogynoir, if you continue to be attacking, like, I don't know what we don't fucking do that here. I know other creators in other spaces and other places, the chat can turn really vile and the chat can start to actually attack people. We don't fucking do that here. Like, I'm so confused as far as what you guys think is happening right now, but we don't attack people. Cut the shit, or I will be blocking you. I appreciate you being a part of our community. I appreciate you being here, but we will not do that. And I will personally block you. So cut the shit. Peach, I'm sorry. You don't have anything to apologize about. I would love for you two to be able to finish your conversation, but you have nothing to apologize about.
I just want to make it clear that if I said I did not believe that person, I apologize. Because what I wanted to express was that it's impossible not to vote for a white man. It's not. And what was more important was the conversation we had on expanding how we consider communities and how we navigate society together. So I'm not sure why. And then I do also want to say it's very interesting to me when we're talking about growth and looking at ourselves and what we can do to be better and to behave better and to keep other people more safe. It is interesting. Your name is the Black Loud House. It's interesting that as soon as you came up to talk about me coming at and attacking Jerry, which I didn't do either one of those, all of a sudden the chat exploded with people also misgendering me as you did. With people also talking about my attitude and the tone of my voice and all sorts of things. So it's opened the door, right? It's not saying you're responsible for the behaviors of people, but the door was opened by the fact that you felt it necessary to come up here and police my tone and talk about what you thought was an attack on Jerry when it wasn't. And I fully explained that to Jerry. And so I'm not sure what you want me to do in the way of repair, because I'm not sure what I broke. So I'm glad to hear you though. I'm glad to hear you out.
Okay, can I speak? Okay. I don't know you. I am like I said, he said that I'm not a fan, but I thought I was a part of this community. I love coming to watch. I enjoy his thing. I just feel like if I'm a part of the community and now I feel like I'm not a part of the community because I feel like I don't have a voice or I can't express myself. I did not try to be rude to anyone. I was just expressing. All I was simply saying is I think that he misspoke. That's the only thing that I was saying. I wasn't trying to call you out. I wasn't trying to call anyone out. All I was saying is if I'm going to be, or if I don't feel like I'm a part of the community. Let me just say that. I don't feel like I'm a part of the community because I feel like your voice is basically, it was said that your voice is more important than my voice. If I offended you in any way, I apologize. All I wanted to say is I really felt like I was a part of this community. I literally watch this on my breaks every day. I watch him late night. I watch Santana all the time. I'm a huge fan. And I feel like I don't want to feel like if there's something that I disagree with, if I comment on it, I'm going to be blocked. I'm going to be muted because I feel like, I'm going to be honest, when I do not comment, I join a lot of lives, I don't comment. But I do feel like if I do comment, I don't want my comment to be retaliatory. I'm never going to say anything that's mean or hurtful to anyone. But if I don't agree with something, I want to feel comfortable the way I can say, well, I don't agree with that. Well, maybe he misspoke. I want to feel like I can say that. But how it was presented to me is like, you better not say anything or you better agree with what you better agree with what is, and I'm sorry if I'm misgendering you. I'm sorry. I apologize. I promise you from the bottom of my heart, it is not on purpose. When you call my name, the Black Loud House family, that I'm making people attack you. If you know me, that is not who I am. Like I'm a very peaceful person. I'm a very calm person.
Can I hop in just for half a second? First and foremost, chat. This goes for I don't want to mess up your name. The Black Loud House family. The same respect that I'm telling you guys you have to have for Peach, you have to have for this person as well. Like, so I'm correcting people in the comments. This isn't just about Peach. This is about our community. Make sure you all understand that this isn't just about Peach. This is about our community. All right. One thing that I want to say is you said that like you feel like we're saying that your opinion doesn't matter as much as this person. That's an accurate statement. And it's an accurate statement in the sense of if you're not a part of a community, then your opinion on the community doesn't matter as much as the community. That's the point that I keep trying to get across. And like this is why I even talk about when I talk about abortion, right? And when I try to drive home the point to men that if you don't have a uterus, then maybe sit this one out, right? And while I'm not saying that if you and your partner are, you know, having a baby and there's a discussion as far as like whether or not abortion is appropriate, sure, like share your opinion with your partner, but your opinion isn't the end decision or the be all be the end all. But it's also, in my opinion, it's not as important as the woman's opinion, and that's what's happening. And so the reason why, if you were just talking to me, I mean, like I can understand more as far as what you're saying, but then when you talk about someone who's a part of the community, i.e. Peach, like neither one of our voices, unless you're part of the community, neither one of our voices count as much as Peach's voice, because Peach is the one that has to live with this reality. This is literally Peach's reality that we're talking about. While you and I are theorizing, Peach is living it. And that's,
and you know what I think? You know what I think the misunderstanding is? I wasn't even commenting based off of that trans. I wasn't even, my comment, what had nothing to do with the trans.
Your comment was based off of the way that you seem like he was trying to come from a respective understanding, and you didn't like the voting. But see, again,
only based off of the voting.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said when I explained to him why it's violence for him to, in this rhetoric, invoke transgender people?
I was not commenting. My comment had nothing to do with
the question I have,
it was only about the voting.
The question that I have is, did you hear when I told him why his question or with invoking transgender people was violent in the moment of doing that?
I heard you talk about that with him, but my focus was not on him talking about trans.
Right.
I think you were saying
that's not what I'm saying, but do you remember what I said?
I think you were saying something about, because he brought up something about trans, and then you said and then you went into the trans of why did you ask about trans?
Trans people.
Yes, about trans people. My thing was it had nothing to do with trans. I just was saying simply.
I know. Okay, let me just pause you for a second.
I simply said that I believe.
Let me pause you for a second.
He voted for.
Wait. Let me pause you for a second. The point that I was articulating to him, and the point that I need you to hear me. I really need you to hear me say this.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why it's violence is because the trans community is under attack, not just here in the US, but worldwide. They're being invalidated, they're being targeted, and they're being legislated against, while at the same time being told that, you know, they shouldn't exist. And so when we, people that are not a part of the community, invoke them and center them in any conversation that's not related or they're not represented, it's violence, because we're putting a target on their back when they already have a target on their back. So the point that I was getting across to him is that him actually bringing up transgender people when that had nothing to do with the conversation was an act of violence. And the point that I have said, and you said you already agree with this, just like I tell people that you can't tell Black people how they should respond to racism. You can't tell trans people how they should respond to transphobia, whether it is intentful or not, because the thing I always say is intent only matters to the person that's doing it, not the person that it happens to. So the response that Peach gave was justified because Peach's community was invoked, and there was a target placed on Peach and Peach's community. in front of thousands of people when there was no need to do so. Like, that's what I'm trying to drill home. So just because he was nice, just because he was trying to learn, just because he didn't mean to be harmful, does not mean that none of those things happen. And it also does not mean that it did not require the response from Peach, because the response that people actually give from their communities being affected is the response that is justified. That's all I can say.
Can I say this? I have to get back into work, but can I please say this before I leave?
Sure.
I get what you're saying, and Peach, I apologize. Now I see when Santana breaks it down, I see where you're coming from. I was not commenting on that, you defending the trans community. I was not commenting on that part. I was just talking about the part where he simply said, I voted for those people. But that doesn't matter. I apologize to you. Again, I want to be a part of this community. I love your content.
You are, and that's why you said, that's why I didn't mute you. That's why I sent you an invite and told you to get up here. I didn't block you because, like, I want you to be, and like being open to learning is like a super important part. So I'm at least glad that, like, you're willing to hear the things and try to work through it together as a community. That's what we do.
Yes, and like I said, I apologize again, Peach. I apologize. I was not listen, I defend Black people. Like, I'm gonna stand up for all my communities. So no, you are totally justified it, and maybe I misspoke. So no, I apologize for that. Was just saying, like, I just want to feel comfortable if I disagree with something. Like, I don't get blocked if I just disagree. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I was saying. But
no, there's no issue where like, I say it all the time, opinions are like buttholes. Everybody got one. It's just understanding the time and place, and especially within our community. I try to make sure I set the example. And so that's why, like, when I don't know if you were here yesterday and you got to see the amazing panel of women that came up and had an abortion debate. Like, my opinion wasn't necessary, even though I have a bad habit of interjecting. I sat back and let them do it, because sometimes that's what we have to do. If we're not specifically a part of that community, even if we have an opinion, like, maybe we should hold on to it. But Peach, did you want to say anything?
I think this person said that she needs to go back to work. So, I mean,
okay.
Do you accept my apology? Do you accept my apology?
No, absolutely
I really come from a good place.
Yeah.
No.
And I'm gonna drop you down. I think that I'll say this. Like, you can extend an apology, but like, we shouldn't expect people to accept it. But I appreciate you for coming up, and please hang out. I enjoy you being a part of our community. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. What? I'm trying to figure out how you got over 1,000 people in here, and they're accepting an apology for me having to go through some of the most vile misogynoir that Black AFAB and Black women face on the planet. Like, there's not a moment today where I've yelled. I haven't been yelling. I haven't been screaming. Somebody in the chat while Jerry was up here said that I was cussing him out. I said, what cuss word did I use? Who did I cuss out? I ain't cussed at nobody. I ain't talked about no one's appearance. I ain't talked about nobody's mom. I ain't insulted or used slurs. I haven't said anything like that. The only thing that I've been saying is, and I'm gonna tell y'all, if you are in here Black, let me tell you, because you've seen this happen before. Tiana, tell me you've seen this happen before. Okay, Black folks only. Do y'all ever see y'all be scrolling social media and you see a white person and they're like, like, I feel like meat is murder is because it's just as bad as the Black community with Jim Crow or slavery or something like that. And it's barely tangentially connected, right? Like, it's
why? Like, why the fuck do you even have to say that?
Exactly. Like, you could have made a valid point without tokenizing this entire community and using them as if they are not, as if the community itself is not comprised of people. Of human people who have dreams and goals and nightmares and triumphs and hardships, that we are all human beings. And so it is the same thing. I cannot stand it as a Black person when I'm scrolling social media and I see someone needlessly tokenize Blackness or Black American history as if number one, trauma is the only history we have in America, but then that racial discrimination has been solved. Right, that somehow we're post-racial, and so I think for me it's a disingenuous approach. And so that is why I said what I said to Jerry. And I do believe that Jerry understood me. I believe that Jerry accepted my saying that I appreciated having had the discussion with him. And I chose to believe Jerry when he said he appreciated it as well. But I'm not sitting around and watching so many people turn on Black women. And by the way, a lot of folks in the chat turned on that Black woman too, because you said that she was yelling. She wasn't yelling. She was in front of over 1,000 people being challenged. That's a normal human response to start talking a little bit faster, and start talking a little bit louder, and to have your nerves take over for you because you're trying to survive in front of this number of people. If you don't believe me, then why don't you request up and have a conversation with me right now? She wasn't yelling at me. She was scared and she was nervous. Now, did she engage in misogyny by saying that I attacked him, that I was coming at him? Sure, but that's not, she wasn't up here unhinged. She was scared. That's what you do when there's 1,000 people looking at you and critiquing every word you say and every breath you take. And so my point here is that we have to figure out a way, if this is to be a community, the left, libs, Democrat, whatever, we have to figure out a way to have some sort of softness for each other. And just understand, I'm never going to do everything perfect. I am going to have to apologize sometimes. I am going to have to say I fucked up. I will. I know we don't do a lot of profanity on here, Santana.
Oh no, this is Sparring. We can get fucking active. Like
okay.
my mom don't really watch this.
No, at nighttime we got.
No, that's different. Late nights is different. She actually really likes late nights.
Yeah, we got to keep clean from Mama Santana. So one thing I will say is that in a period of growth and an understanding and new ideas and learning considerations you never had before, there is going to be a point where you have to say, I fucked up. Just like when she insisted that I had said I didn't believe him, I have to say, listen, that's not what I meant to say. But if I said that, I apologize, because that's fucked up, because I don't know who he is to believe him or to not believe him. It's not what I meant, but that doesn't matter. What matters is what I did. And so we have to, I feel like at a certain point, we have to give ourselves the space to fuck up and still be human and still matter. And we have to give other people the space to say, you can fuck up and you still matter and you are still human. And there's still somewhere to grow from this. And so I don't take what has been done to me today lightly, but I'm certainly not going to write off this beautiful community or the majority of people in the chat. I just want you guys to know that when you're having these really big feelings and really big reactions to the voice of a person who looks like or is a Black woman, when you're having these really, really serious reactions, you got to ask yourself where that's coming from. Because I haven't yelled one time. I've been very, very measured in how I've been speaking. And sure, sometimes I speak fast. And sometimes I get a little pointed, but I haven't been mean because I don't like to hurt people. It's just kind of my thing. And so you have to ask yourself, where is this coming from? Why do I feel this way about this person? What is this person saying that's got me in such a tizzy? And I promise you that when it comes to Black femme presenting people and Black women, it's usually going to go back to misogyny, because you've been taught that you have to hate us to keep yourself safe. So we're talking about dismantling systems of oppression. One of the ones that we have to dismantle is misogyny, which is misogyny that is specifically directed at Black women and Black femme presenting people. So I appreciate you guys. I am passionate. That doesn't mean that I'm yelling. If I'm talking loud, maybe turn your volume down, Bev. I don't have my volume down up all the way ever, because some people talk loud. The volume is all different. You ever notice when white folks are having their little lives and they're all talking over each other, hollering and screaming? Nobody is talking about, oh, you're yelling. Nobody, you don't see 1,000 people doing that. But as soon as a Black woman comes up, then that's the first thing people say. There's something about her volume, something about the tone of her voice, et cetera, et cetera. Miranda, I have thought so much. I don't care what pronouns anybody uses. Y'all can say she, her, he, him, they, them, these, their, peach, peaches. You can say whatever I don't care, because I don't like to fuss and fight with people. What I want to do is I want to be the kind of place and the kind of person and the kind of space that allows for growth. And Santana is that type of person. And so that's why I like to be in here so much, because this is a place and a space and a person and a community that I feel safe growing and making mistakes in and learning from. So I hope that explains it. And I appreciate you giving all this time for this subject, Anna. I really do.
Absolutely, Peach. You know I adore you. And also, specifically, YouTube apparently wanted me to get a message to you, and they told me to tell you they're sending all their love, and they just wanted to let you know. Like, specifically, YouTube got a message to the mods and wanted to make sure that you knew, since you're over here on TikTok, that they're sending so much love from there.
Oh, UB2Bs, I love you right back,
They're
UB2Bs.
living in the past, Peach. Like, they'll hear you in like 3 minutes.
Well, listen, in 3 minutes, you'll know that I love you, UB2Bs, and thank you for supporting me and holding me up at this time. I do want to tell you really quick before I leave, Tana, the nice thing that I did, because I wanted everybody to know the nice thing that I did for myself. So with the gift that you guys gave me, we got our dog the biggest bag of dog food that we could, because he eats really expensive dog food. And we haven't been able to buy but the small little 8-pound bags. And so once we got that, I went out and I spent $70.
That's fucking gold.
Yeah, but it's like it equals out to be like 12 of those little bags.
Oh, that's awesome. Buying in bulk is always the goal, like in general. Like I live by that premise, Peach, and my wife makes fun of me, but like stuff that I know for a fact that I'm going to use, like mouthwash or deodorant, or like stuff that I know that I can buy in bulk, I'm going to use and it's not going to go bad. I live by buying stuff in bulk.
Same. Toilet paper, paper towels, toothpaste, all of that good stuff, lotion. I do the same. So we were really excited to be able to buy Wallace some food, and it was like ended up being so much more affordable. So thank you guys. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. And I got my medicine yesterday. So
I know that's right.
I so appreciate you guys, and I so appreciate this spot and being here with you. So
absolutely, yeah, thank you so much, Peach. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye. W's in the chat for Peach, guys. W's in the chat for Peach. There's a bunch of people I got to thank. I like purposely made sure that I didn't interrupt because I wanted that conversation to happen. And the one thing that I'll say, because someone's like, oh, this is what stop people from voting for Democrats. If having hard conversations and actually holding people that say that they are on the quote unquote right side of history with you, if having those type of conversations and really like stress testing each other is what keeps you from supporting, or that keeps you voting for a fucking fascist, then you're the problem. Like, seriously. If there's anyone that saw what happened and thought to themselves, this is why I can't fuck with you people, then you're the problem. Because the thing that I don't believe in purity politics. I do not believe in purity politics. I think no one is perfect. I don't expect people to be perfect, but I do expect people to be better. And that's the litmus test. Can you be better? And I think in that situation, every single person, including myself, that engaged in that conversation walked away with the premise of being better. And that's important. So if you're saying, oh, this is why the left is eating them, eat these nuts. Anyway, W's in the chat for Aaron, who sent a $25 Nordic super chat, who said, so is voting for marginalized groups is a bad idea? No, absolutely not. Again, voting with the intent is as far as ensuring that you're doing things that will actually benefit everyone. That's the big thing that you want to keep in mind. W's in the chat for Filipina, who sent a $5 super chat, say, did you see the ICE agent not charged with assault in Minnesota? No. What ICE agent? I got to look that up. W's in the chat for, I think that's Amy, who sent a $5 super chat, say, hey, Santana, in your personal opinion, how would you define white savior? This is a topic that comes up in my life. I love you and love your content. And thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I don't really use that term, white savior. I think that it's like overused and weaponized and all this other shit. But I mean, like, I will say that if there is someone, and I guess this really speaks to the point that I have, like, white women don't care about white supremacy. if you have people who pretend that they care about other marginalized communities and other marginalized voices without doing the work and not actually doing the things as far as propping up and protecting and using your privilege to support those other marginalized groups and marginalized communities, then I think you have a savior complex overall. So like, you got to do the work, and that's it. W's in the chat for all the super chats over on donations. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation, saying Songs of Solomon is a horrible source since the Bible's erotic poetry. It's the Bible's erotic poetry. Don't look at me. It's a bad. Don't look at me. It's not a bad thing. It was just erotic gaze because the sun is tanned in the skin. Oh, got it. Got it. W's in the chat for Holly for the $5 donation, saying just left my local library with a few books recommendations from J Hops. W's in the chat for J Hops. Thank you for using your platform to educate us all. I don't know about educating us all. Like, I just be up here talking and like we be learning shit together, chat. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I don't know if I be educating. I think we just be locked in and we just be learning shit together. Like, I think that's what it is. W's in the chat for Jason for the $2 donation, saying you have a large influence. Want to say thank you and see if you wanted to have a conversation with me about state politics. If you could get behind my stance, I'd like to sign a binding agreement with you to cede my seat to non-harmful minorities. Minority can. Jason, send me an email. Check out the link tree and send me an email to the email and link tree in my bio. I'm willing to hear you out. I don't know about signing anything. I'm super like cautious about signing stuff. Like, I think I'm the only person that when I get a contract or something, I read every single thing. And then if I get like terms and conditions, I actually read the terms and conditions. I don't just accept shit. It drives management wild because I will sit and take whatever time is needed to read through the entire thing, like the entire thing. And even if I don't understand something, I will look it up before I sign shit. I'm so worried about signing shit. I don't do that. Fuck that. Listen. They're always trying to trick a black man. They ain't gonna trick me. W's in chat for Amanda for the $1 donation, saying, hey, Santana, watch from the hospital. I was muted in the live. I don't know what I did. Amanda, I don't know what happened. That may have been a mistake. If you can reply, oh wait, hold on a second. Yeah, if you can reply and let me know what your username is, we can get you unmuted. I'm sorry. I don't know what that's about. W's in chat for David for the $5 donation, saying, marginalized communities do not owe us gentleness or politeness. They have the right to honesty. It's our responsibility to put our feelings aside and take the difficult learning opportunities like adult. Big facts. I think the biggest thing that is super important to always remember is sitting in discomfort is important, right? Understanding why there's certain things that make us feel uncomfortable when it's said about like a group or anything that we belong to. And like I saw Ari saying it in chat, like that's a part of unpacking. And so we have to unpack those things and then go from there. Like, I think that's super, super important. So living in that uncomfortability and sitting in it and then addressing it is the best thing that we can do. W's in chat for J-Hop, who sent a $5 donation, saying, caping for big is crazy. Fucking. That was crazy. That was crazy. Anywho, we're back. We're back. We're back. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat for J-Hops. Sorry, J-Hops. J-Hops, I'm like fucking Ron Burgundy. Like, you have to tell me before because I will read shit out. I am absolutely like Ron Burgundy. If you put it on the screen, I will read that shit. W's in chat for J-Hop. No, don't nobody want to debate you. Find somewhere else to go troll. L's in the chat for Noah, guys. Massive L's in the chat for Noah. Get out of here. Get out of here, Noah. No, guys. I gotta call it because I was supposed to have therapy yesterday, but like my therapist ended up canceling. Apparently, she was double booked, which I'm like, what the fuck? No. So she canceled and she rescheduled for today. So I got therapy in about an hour. So I gotta get off of here and get ready to go talk to the lady. But like, there's a pretty good chance I'll be back this evening. I didn't get back on last night because management was like, come and hang out. And I was like, you got it, baby. But I think there's a pretty decent chance that I will be back this evening. What's this? Trump announced a 10-day Lebanon-Israel ceasefire. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Wait. Fucking wait. I don't think enough people got a chance to see this video, and I thought it was funny as shit. So I want to play a video for you guys before we go. I thought this video was funny as shit. Where is it? This one. I don't think enough people got to see this video, so I'm gonna play this.
Man, come on.
I'm gonna play this. We're gonna look at a video really quick, guys, before we call it, because this shit was funny. I laughed at it.
Man, come on.
There's no point. Wait, there's no point in blaming someone that you don't feel like is responsible. I get that. But you know what I also get?
What?
I understand that sometimes you have to take the people that you love, take the people that you care about, take the people that actually need these things. And sometimes you have to make them understand that we're doing this for your own good.
All right, man, I'm done. Like, what do you want from me, man? I gave you an answer. I'm done talking. I'm not talking anymore. I'm done. I'll mute up. I'm done.
Wait, why are you done?
Because I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not doing it.
What am I trying
I already
to do?
said that.
What am I trying to
do?
do?
So you could just drop. Okay, just drop me, and I'll go.
Well, wait, what am I trying to do?
You're trying to make me blame the president. I'm not doing it. Let me down, please.
How am I trying to make you blame the president?
Bro, I don't want to talk no more about the situation. Just let me down. Thank you.
But wait, no. I mean,
just let me down, man. Please.
Yeah.
Please, just drop me. You can drop me. Thank you.
I'm not, but I got some for you.
Just drop me down, man. All right, man. I'm done. Come on, man. All right, drop me down now. Thank you, Santana, for having me. I appreciate it. Let me down now, please.
Mm-hmm.
You think this is funny and smart? I'm not doing it anymore. Come on. Seriously. Let me down.
Trump has fucked up life.
I'm done.
Trump is why we're at war. Trump is why prices are so high. Trump is why you can't put gas in your truck. Trump is the reason why shit is so bad. I want you to see it. I will make MAGA read. MAGA read. I didn't kick her. I didn't kick her at all. Not at all. Sometimes you just gotta let them know, like, hey, you did that shit. That was fucking insane. That was in the chat for Jillian for the $1 donation. You speaking the truth to the last guest is like watching an exorcism. That shit was crazy. That shit. That's getting clipped. That was funny as fuck, in my opinion. I was cackling. I was actually cackling with that one. That was funny as fuck. Like, that was funny as hell. She gave me, like, no bullshit. She gave me multiple videos. I posted another one before I went live. Okay, really quick. If I show you guys the other one, do you promise to at least go to my page and like, comment, and watch the other one again so we can get credit? If I show you the other one that I just posted before the live, you guys promise that you'll go interact with it? Okay, I'm gonna hold you guys to it. All right, hold on. Cause like I'm telling, and then there's a third one coming because holy shit. Like when I tell you, like she gave the entire thing was gold.
I'm going to go with grocery prices 100%. So I just went to Whole Foods yesterday.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys this one. 1 second. Okay, now you guys remember you said that if I show you this one, you're still gonna go engage. You said this, so remember.
I'm going to go with grocery prices 100%. So I just went to Whole Foods yesterday.
I don't care about your anecdotal experience.
Can I explain?
No, I don't want, because you're about to tell me going to the grocery store, and I don't care about you going to the grocery store. Give me CPI. Give me information from Fred. You know we can quantify this, right? We don't have to go off fifis. We have actual information.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying, I see a difference when I go into the grocery store now. I see a whole difference.
I know, but again, that's fifis. That's your lying ass eyes, and we're not talking about your lying ass eyes. We're talking about quantifying.
Sir, I can show you a receipt right now that.
Yeah, I don't care about your receipt right now. So you have a receipt from you going to the grocery store yesterday and a receipt from you going to the grocery store in 2023 or 2024 with the same exact items. Do you have two identical receipts from yesterday?
I might have.
I'll take that. That's not anecdotal information. Okay, sure.
I might have a receipt from 2023. I will have to check my purse.
Okay, I'll take it.
I don't feel like checking it right now.
Okay, so that's fine. So if you don't feel like checking, how about we use CPI, or how about we use Fred, like empirical data then?
We don't have to do that.
Okay,
I know what
so you're
I paid.
wrong.
No, I'm not. I know what I paid.
Okay, then I'm not saying what you paid yesterday. I'm saying the difference between what you paid yesterday versus what you paid under Biden. Because all other economic resources that we have says that prices have gone up with the cost of goods since Trump has been in office. You know why? You know one of the biggest reasons why they went up?
Sure. Maybe.
Why?
Maybe.
Why?
I'm sure you're going to say the tariffs, and I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Trump said that he was going to place the tariffs on the shit. Trump told you guys that.
Okay. And we're getting money back from it.
What's a tariff?
It's a tax.
On what?
On consumers. But Trump said that we brought in 18 trillion. So
from who?
I'm not going to speak on that. Sorry.
No. Answer the question. You said it's a tax on consumers. Trump said that we brought in 18 what you said trillion, not trillion.
He said 18 trillion, I believe.
You're conflating his lies. Don't worry about that. I'm not even going to hold you to the number. You said that he brought in money. The question I have is, if you've already admitted that it's a tax on consumer, and Trump said that we're actually bringing in that money, who are we bringing it in from?
I'm not going to answer that.
If I'll move on. If A equals B and B equals C, what is C?
Can we move on now?
No. Why are you so stubborn and won't answer the question? Like, serious question. Why you know the answer? Why are you sitting here just refusing to answer the question?
Because I'm not going to blame the president. I'm not.
I didn't say shit about blaming the president. That's not the question.
I can't blame the president. I'm sorry.
I'm not telling you to down your mango messiah, your Cheeto in chief, your Mandarin Mussolini. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I just need you to answer the simple question. Where did that money come from? Where did the
consumers? Okay,
exactly. So we're fucked.
Exactly. That we're paying today. Okay,
exactly.
That's it. I don't want to answer it. I'm done. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of here. Thank you.
Run! This is the quickest dog walk ever. That was the quickest dog walk ever. That was absolutely the quickest dog walk ever. That was hilarious to me. Like, that was lit. That was genuine. And there's one more. There's one more video, and I'm gonna post that tomorrow. But holy shit, that was so much clippable shit that came from that one. So anyway, we're gonna get out of here because again, I got therapy in an hour. and I'm gonna go talk to the lady, and I'll be back later on this evening. I'm pretty sure, unless management says no. If management says no, then it's a no. So if you guys don't see me later, take it up with management. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get out of here. We're gonna get out of here, and we're gonna call. Thank you for that. Oh, guys, make sure before you leave, hit that follow button. We've only got 67 new followers on the stream. There's 1.2 thousand people hanging out. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. And so you know when we go live. We go live all the time, and we're on the way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please make sure you hit that follow button so you know when we go live. All right, we're gonna get out of here. Let's do this and go.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. I love you guys. I love you. I love you. I love you. It was fun this morning. It was fun. It was fun. I think that, you know, it's always good to have like a good balance of like shit talking and actually educating ourselves. And I think sometimes we get an opportunity to do so. And I think today was one of those days. So, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. And more than likely, I'll be back this evening. So look out for your boy. Remember, you guys promised you that you were going to go to my page and interact with that video. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, please, and thank you. But thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the gifts, likes, and taps, and shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you for being you. I love you all, and as always, peace.